again today. Thank you. So, Julie, we'll just start off again with the karakia and anything else you have for us.
Sure. So we have a number of iwi and hapu representatives online. I wonder whether one of them might wish to start with the karakia today. Jump in.
Who will volunteer?
Sure, Hui, Julie, I'm happy for you to go ahead.
Okay. Tēnā koutou katoa, kua hui mai nei ki tēnei hui. Ka tīmata au I karakia, kia uru mai, aho ora, aho kaha, aho maia. Ki runga, ki raro, ki roto, ki waho, ririri ho, pai mari e.
Thank you, Julie. And I think it's really just home health and safety issues. We'll try and keep good breaks going throughout the course of today. And please certainly let Julie know if you're struggling with any technology and take the stress off you that way. We'll come to some arrangements. So can I just, I don't want to do the roll call like we did yesterday with everyone, because I see there's lots of common faces there, but if you weren't here yesterday, can you just let me know your appearances? Thank you. Starting with Energy Resources, who I can see you're sitting up there, you guys. Josh, are you going to just, yeah.
G'day, Mr. Dash. Josh Rourke, Policy Manager from Energy Resources, Aotearoa.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Dash. John Carnegie, Chief Executive of Energy Resources, Aotearoa.
Welcome back, John. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else new here today that wasn't on yesterday?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Darren Humpherson. I'm a acoustic consultant with New Zealand Defence Force. So I'll be talking this afternoon, but I've just tuned in just to listen to openings.
Sure. Welcome, Darren, and thanks for sitting in with us.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Edwards, and I'm a Senior Environmental Officer for New Zealand Defence Force, and same as Darren, I'll be tuning in this afternoon.
Thank you, Lucy. Marlene, I can see you there.
Unmute. Kia ora, I'm Marlene Beetson. I'm just listening in on behalf of Te Rūnanga o Ngāti Mutunga.
Great, nice to see you again, Marlene. Anyone else here new? Rebecca?
Good morning. My name's Rebecca here. I work for the Land and Consenting team at Greymouth Petroleum. We are speaking later this morning.
Thanks, Rebecca. All right. Sounds like we might have on to the end of that. I will go through my introductory notes that I went through yesterday in terms of just the hearing matters and the protocols. So just welcome everyone. My name is Stephen Dash. I'm the hearings panel chair for the New Plymouth District Plan, proposed New Plymouth District Plan review process. And today I'm assisted by Commissioner Kit Littlejohn, who's just waving to everyone there. As you probably know, but it's set out in the procedures that we've set up a process whereby there's a quorum of 2 commissioners. Sometimes in many of the more detailed chapters, there will just be 2 of us, and we'll swap around a bit. For some of the other major chapters, will be 3 or 4 of us. So that's why there's 2 commissioners hearing these particular matters. Appreciate that some people are maybe on the end of some skinny Zoom lines. So the procedure is, if you're struggling and we see that you're struggling to perhaps hear or maintain the video, we'll just go to a listening mode if it's a video band problem, or if it's really getting too much, just email Julie, drop out, and we'll make some other arrangements to hear you, because we might have to do a catch up post the current situation, for example. So just to confirm that Commissioner Littlejohn and I, we are appointed as independent commissioners for these hearings. Our role is to hear and make recommendations on the full range of matters with the district plan review, and we'll be making a decision on all of those matters, a recommendation to the council on all those matters at the end of the process, sort of middle next year, and the council will make final decisions. Now, in terms of the Zoom protocols for today, if you're not participating at the present time, turn both your speakers and your videos off, because that can be a little bit distracting. We just want the videos on when you're actually presenting to us as a team. I'm quite happy for, if there's a team of you, to be live through the various parts of the case. I won't be using hand signals. Just turn on your video if for some reason there's something you need to say or interpose, and just speak up and I'll pick you up in that sort of way. The Zoom will be recorded, as all our hearings are, and if you miss anything, the video audio visual link can be made available. Right. The other thing to note is that the panel at the end of last week did issue some interim guidance on the strategic direction objectives, and please, everyone, if you can read those, it's under minute 9 on the hearings website. And essentially, we have tentatively come to some views about strategic direction objectives, which aren't binding on anyone at the moment. Council, the panel, the submitters, council officers, they're just our initial views. And we will be welcoming discussions about those as we go forward with the hearing, including today, in terms of how they might interrelate to district-wide chapters, which these are, or specific area chapters in terms of objectives, policies, rules in those particular chapters. There was a note about that. All right, so just signalling that we did talk yesterday about the opportunity for hot tubbing of noise experts. I have formed a tentative view that that is likely to be helpful, but I need to discuss the details and scope of that with Commissioner Littlejohn, which I'll do over the morning tea break, and we'll come back and confirm that. So just haven't made a final call because I haven't discussed the details or even the method with Kit in any detail. So we'll do that over morning tea break and come back to you. All right, so with those introductions, are there any questions from anyone before we proceed for the day?
Just a question from me, Mr. Chair. We've got NZDF is scheduled for 1 p.m. after lunch. Is there a likelihood that we may be speaking before? Because my intention is to log off now and then come back later.
No, I think what we're finding, Darren, is that these sessions, can be pretty intense in terms of screen time. So if we do finish a bit earlier, we'll be using the break. So we'll keep you at 1 o'clock, and yeah, so check back in and then,
Thank you, appreciate that.
thank you. Any other questions or comments from anyone? All right, so there was one matter which we left with the council team, maybe more, I think I can only recall one, to come back to us this morning, and it was about technical advice and information about the light matters. So Sarah, are you there? Do you want to give us an update on what you thought about there?
Good morning, commissioners and submitters. Yes, we did seek advice from our enforcement team about that. I'm going to hand over to Erica Jane, who has been involved in that email conversation. Obviously, she's the reporting office for the light. So Erica, are you able to turn on there?
Yes, certainly.
Morning, Erica.
Morning. Yeah, so as Sarah mentioned, we have had a quick chat with council's enforcement officers. So to respond to your query about measuring light, for example, where it crosses an industrial boundary into a residential site, it is measured from the receiving site. So the residential, if industrial light is received as a residential site, it's measured at the residential site with the residential lux limits. With regards to how light is measured on the horizontal and vertical planes, what Damien touched on yesterday was very helpful, and that seems to be relatively in line, although we do note that our enforcement officer isn't the person who goes and measures that herself. So the main thrust of that is for the rest of the queries that you had, is that we don't really have the expertise to answer a lot of those technical questions that you've raised.
Okay, so what's the plan then?
Yeah, so I think the main thing is that we've noted that light isn't a huge ongoing issue for the district. There haven't been a huge amount of complaints or things like that. In terms of approaching the issue of the light affecting the shorebirds and sea life, I have had a quick look at some of those other district plans that you've mentioned, that were mentioned yesterday. And while a lot of those apply to more rural areas, and certainly none that have a city the size of New Plymouth, there may be some solutions in there that I've quickly highlighted and will work through and will provide in my verbal and written right of reply later on. Is that okay?
It's okay. Can you also turn your mind with technical evidence as might be appropriate, and it's your decision with the council team about whether you take technical evidence to assist us about the issue of light provisions being previously designed and implemented around effects on human beings, and how you might deal with that in the context of the request made by the Department of Conservation, particularly around whether any provisions should be district-wide, targeted, techniques that could be used to target, and also the measurement and monitoring of those in relation to Indigenous habitat being mobile rather than fixed to a land area. So yeah, just apply, if you could apply your minds to those in your right of reply, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Right, that's just the matters from yesterday. So let's kick off today. Julie, I don't have the schedule open. Who's up first?
You have Energy Resources Aotearoa.
Okay, thank you very much. So, thank you. So we're in your hands, gentlemen.
Well, thank you, and good morning, commissioners, staff, submitters, and members of the public. I'm John Carnegie, Chief Executive of Energy Resources Aotearoa, and with me is our Policy Manager, Joshua O'Rourke. We also have Damien Ellerton from Marshall Day to speak to the expert elements of our submission on the conclusion of my introductory remarks. Just to recap, we recently changed our name from PPANZ, the Petroleum Exploration and Production Association of New Zealand, and it was under our former name that we submitted on the proposed district plan in November 2019. Energy Resources Aotearoa is the energy body representing energy-intensive firms in the energy resources sector. Our primary interest is in public policy that promotes a sound and efficient energy system for the benefit of all New Zealanders, and we have maintained a long-standing interest in Taranaki planning issues, given the importance of energy, including oil and natural gas in the region and districts. As you will know, two of our members have a keen interest. Todd and OMV are keenly interested in this process. Today, we would like to speak to our submission by focusing on why workable noise rules in the district are important, before handing over, as I said, to our noise expert, Mr. Damien Ellerton. In terms of the important role of the sector in providing for regional economic growth and social well-being, I would refer to my previous statement of 6 July on the strategic objectives chapter. I would, though, just briefly highlight the essential role that natural gas plays in the electricity system. Natural gas provides backup cover for renewable generation at times when demand exceeds supply, such as when the hydro lakes are low, and provides swift peaking generation capacity that can come online within 10 minutes of demand. We, in fact, recently saw an electricity blackout during which more calls, not less, were made on thermal-fired plant, and to avoid repeats in the future, we need to ensure that all energy sources can continue to operate to meet demand in real time. Beyond the short term, I again draw attention to the fact that even the Climate Change Commission recognises an important role for natural gas out to at least 2050. And this is mirrored by the recent report. An ongoing need for natural gas, the question cannot be whether to allow it, but rather how to best environmental risks while still ensuring security of supply. It is important to recognize petroleum activities are location specific, as they can only operate where geology has dictated the location of those resources. This means that operations can. So the question is how.
Can I interrupt you? You're breaking up there a little bit. Wonder if you could turn your video off and see if we can get more bandwidth that way.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, well, back to you.
Thank you. It is important to recognise, is this any better?
It sounds a bit better, thanks, yes.
It is important to recognise that petroleum activities are location specific, as they can only operate where geology has dictated the location of those resources. This means that operations cannot move, so the question is how best to manage it in the particular context and environment. Also, petroleum operations, including production stations, must be able to continue to operate 24 hours a day. Shutdowns are costly, time-consuming and complicated exercises, meaning that an operator cannot simply turn off the switch at the end of the day. The theme should be clearly emerging. The question is how to ensure effects are managed while acknowledging the need for continuous operation. Given these points, the sector seeks proportionate rules that manage effects while also working for the industry and allowing us to literally keep the lights on. Now that concludes my brief remarks. Safe to say that with regard to noise, we are not seeking noise rules that are out of step with the majority of other plans around New Zealand. And I will defer to Mr. Ellerton, who will speak regarding the technical issues regarding those. In light of the value I have outlined, our key message, the rules with regard to noise reflect this. These rules should be in line with national best practice, and in order to achieve that, they should follow the recommendations of Mr. Ellerton. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Carnegie. I just have one question for you. That is about your reference to you representing, I think the term you used was energy intensive users. So can you just expand on that a little bit?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, we've, as a part of our strategy change, we have broadened our membership to now encompass gas and fuel distributors and large users. So while we of course continue to represent strongly the interests of the upstream, we've broadened our interests to ensure a wider, more coherent voice for the energy sector.
Okay, that's great. And just if you've read something out that you've got prepared, could you send that through to Julie? It's just that you did break up a little bit here and there. So if that's
certainly
okay, we can,
absolutely.
We can pop that online and just have that available. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much for the time.
Mr. Commissioner Littlejohn, did you have any follow-up? No. All right, so we're moving to Mr. Ellerton.
Morning, Commissioner.
Morning. I'll just get your statement in front of me before you kick off. Yes, and while I'm doing that, Damien, we do note that you've got two statements, one on behalf of Energy Resources Association, one on behalf of, yes. So look, I've read through them both. I'm not sure whether they're coming back. We did ask that there only be one brief from each witness, rather than sort of working through two. And if you're coming back, just if you could, in clause 59, I think, of our procedures, that's just a by the way, but we have read both of your statements and there's quite a lot of similarity between both. So that's just a opening thing for the future.
Yes, sir. No, I'm cognizant of that, and in my evidence, I've made a point of listing the differences, and when I'm presenting on behalf of Marshall Day, I'll only really, I will only talk to those different matters so that we don't unnecessarily duplicate things.
Okay, thank you. Right, you think the floor is yours?
Thank you, sir. I haven't prepared a summary as would normally be the case, but what I'm proposing to do is talk to my scope of evidence in paragraph 11, and then perhaps traverse straight onto the summary section starting in paragraph 87, and then take questions if that would be used to you.
That suits me, yes. Commissioner Littlejohn, is that satisfactory? Thank you.
I don't think anybody wants me to read 60 paragraphs about noise. So paragraph 11. So in my statement of this evidence, I will comment on the proposed district plan, the section 42A report, Mr. Lloyd's evidence, and issues raised in submission by the ERA in particular. Those issues are the absence of a cost benefit analysis in the Section 32 report, the definition of notional boundary, the matters of discretion regarding construction noise, and the matters of discretion generally. The use of the day, evening, night period, the notional boundary noise limit of 40 versus 45 decibels, and the use of the notional boundary assessment position versus the proposed site and notional boundary in the rural production zone, the major facilities intra-zone noise limit, and the discussion around combining the Pohokura production station and Methanex Motunui into one noise control boundary. Turning to my summary, paragraph 87, with regard to those matters, having read this, the 42A report, my conclusions are that there should be a singular noise and assessment limit within the notional boundary position for all rural zone lands. So that's rural production, rural lifestyle. Proposed site boundary noise limit for all rural zoned land should be deleted. The Section 42A recommendation for the nighttime noise limit in rural zones of 45 dBA LEQ should be adopted. The day-night periods in the operative plan should be retained, which is 7 AM to 10 PM and 10 PM to 7 AM, and the proposed evening period deleted. The matters of discretion require rewording so as to be fit for purpose. Matters of discretion should be applied to activities where appropriate and not to port or airport activities. Major facilities intra-zone noise limit should be relaxed, and the combined noise contour for the Pohokura production station and Methanex Motunui should not be adopted. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Perhaps just a comment. I think you heard me yesterday saying that I'm recusing myself from the Methanex matters, and so Commissioner Littlejohn and Commissioner Coffin will be deliberating and determining those matters. And it's something I do wanted to ask Mr. Holswich about, and also Methanex. Perhaps while I think about it, and sorry to interrupt, is I think Ngāti Rahiri is on tomorrow, and that's mainly concerning Methanex matters. Is that correct? Mr. Holswich.
Good morning, Commissioner. The Methanex one for us, I think, is a done deal, and we are going to be withdrawing any comments on that, but we still have other comments regarding noise and earthworks tomorrow.
So I wouldn't be conflicted if I listened to those more general matters by the sound of things?
Not at all, sir.
Okay, thank you for that. And thanks, Damien, for...
That's right. Good to have a sidebar. Just on the Methanex issue, it might in fact be a moot point. They're just, and the officer can speak to this perhaps quickly, whether or not this control boundary was being proposed or not, because I read conflicting advice and documents. So I'm just really not clear as to whether it is being proposed or not. So whether it's appropriate now or later, for the officer perhaps to jump in and say what the actual recommendation is.
Well, look, I think while we're on the topic, we should, if there's, just can't recall off the top of my head, is it Ali that dealt with the, no, it wasn't, sorry.
Holly Gardner and Hamish.
Yes, Holly and Hamish. Yeah, sorry, Holly.
That's all right. Hello, everybody. Yes, on the Methanex noise control boundary matter, we did consult, get sort of further advice on that. Perhaps Nigel Lloyd, I believe he'd gone back and had a look at some of the previous documents, and Hamish, I think we're all over that particular matter. Perhaps one of you could step in here.
Nigel, I'll take this one if you like, and I'll just keep my video off because it is affecting my bandwidth at my end. So I can confirm that the contour in the proposed district plan for the Methanex site is only for the Methanex site and does not include the Pohokura production station in its assessment or in its calculation.
Thank you, Hamish, for that clarification. Damien, is that clear now?
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. Thank you, Hamish, and thank you, sir. It's one less thing for me to talk about.
Okay. All right. Look, I'm going to give Commissioner Littlejohn first go here in terms of questions. I do have a number myself, but we'll see how many of those are covered.
All right. Good morning, Damien.
Morning, sir.
Right. I'll just go through your statement of evidence and see which things I'd like you to talk about. Your concern about matters of discretion, something you sort of circled back to in your summary with your points there. You were present yesterday when I raised an issue with the drafting and the crafting of the matters of discretion, weren't you?
Yes, sir. Yep.
And do you think the issue I was raising there is similar to the issue that you've sort of lighted upon in your evidence, or is it a different issue?
No, I think it's the same issue. I think it's, as I stated in paragraph 22 of my evidence, it, in my opinion, it doesn't give, I guess, that clarity of process for either the applicant or the council or the community in terms of what I've called it a pathway to consent there, whether that's a clumsy term, or pathway to compliance or pathway to consent. That's not clear, and it should be clear. If you're not permitted and you're restricted discretionary, what's your, what is the clear path either to consent or becoming fully discretionary? And if it's not clear, in my opinion, it's very easy to not get trapped, but to fall into fully discretionary, and that's quite a different consenting beast in terms of public notification and the requirement for every issue to be relooked at. So
I don't think, though, that there is a provision which says that if you don't meet the standards or meet the restricted discretionary matters of discretion, you default to discretionary. You're either fully restricted discretionary. Well, that's it. There's no either or. You're restricted discretionary. I don't think there is a cascade where you don't become restricted discretionary.
Well, not being a lawyer like yourself, sir, I'm not going to argue the absolute syntax, but certainly in my experience of seeing the operative plan in use, that's certainly what's been happening. So unless if you can't achieve, let's say, the matters of discretion, well, then what?
Well, you either get refused consent or you get consent subject to conditions. That's what the Act contemplates. I guess the point that you're making, though, is that if I'm an applicant for a restricted discretionary activity, then I want a clear signal about what are the things about my activity that the council is going to focus on when they're assessing whether I should get consent or not.
That's right.
And I think, I instantly highlighted ambient noise levels. Understanding ambient noise levels is a really important starting point for assessing the effects of noise in any particular case. But I don't know whether it's a matter for discretion, because what about ambient noise levels indicates whether or not you ought to get resource consent or is relevant to the setting of consent conditions. So
if it had a metric in there, sir, if it said the activities shall not increase the ambient noise level by X dB, then that might be one, it's a measurable.
But that would work better as a standard, not a matter of discretion.
Certainly.
It?
Yep.
Mm.
Yep. Or
I think that.
Or if we talked for traffic, let's use another example. The number of cars, you need 40, but let's say you've got plus or minus 5%. Then it's that pathway through. But certainly, as
you'd have it as an assessment criterion, for example, which said whether or not the proposed activity increases ambient noise levels beyond a certain amount.
Yes.
And so then that provides the consent applicant and the consent processor with an evaluative proposition to look at the actual effects of what's proposed.
Yes. Yep. And where I landed with just a suggestion in paragraph 23 is something that would give me as a professional to talk to. So I could come along and say, well, now this is the level, duration, character of noise, and this is proximity, and these are all the things that are special about this particular application that mean it's restricted discretionary, but because of all these things here, not it gets the tick, but it be granted consent. And one of the things there,
my reaction to that is that the 3 items you've listed are all assessment criteria. They're not matters of discretion. The matters of discretion would be the effects of the noise, and because that's essentially the matter of discretion. It's all around the level of the noise, the timing of the noise, and the character of the noise, and those are all things that you can condition. Whereas these 3 items are the questions that might be asked to understand how you're going to exercise the discretion around the proposal.
Yeah, and I think taking on board your comments there, I've perhaps fallen into the same trap as what's actually being proposed, which are the same sort of style of matters of discretion, which I'm actually criticising. So thank you for that. I did notice what I'd moving was actually more like the policy P3 wording, which
that's right.
We go full circle.
Yeah. All right. Moving on.
Needs work, basically. Yeah.
Well, I perhaps, and I'm going to be very interested to see, and I'm going to question other planners today around their thinking about this, because we're all in this to achieve the same outcome, which is a clear, legible, and user-friendly plan. So no one's being criticised. It's all a case of let's use the resources we've got to craft the best plan we can, in a way, and that's where that's certainly the focus I'm coming from. The use of this day, evening, night standard. What do you understand the rationale for this shoulder limit to be generally? I've moved on to your second topic.
Yes, it's in my experience, it's a sort of a European thing. They tend to use it over there where they break it up as day, evening, night. Hasn't been typically used in New Zealand historically. Is provided for in New Zealand Standard 6802. I don't see that it adds any value whatsoever, as I've stated in my evidence, in terms of it's not. Yeah, it just doesn't add any value to the process.
The proposal is that it only arise in the rural production zone. Is that right? In the rural zones?
I would have to check.
Yeah, I think it might be. I mean, I've seen it historically in residential zones in bigger cities, where there's this idea, potentially the European urban concept of it's the busy working day until sort of 5 o'clock and then or 7 o'clock, and then we go quiet for a few. It gets slightly quieter just so that people can have parties, but then at 10 o'clock everyone's got to turn off the stereo, sort of thing. So maybe. All right. Okay. Noise limit at notional boundary. Use of the site boundary. Your evidence is all very clear on that. Next B.
There is, sorry, sir, there is one consequential thing that we'll probably get onto with the noise limit at notional boundary of 45. You'll see later in my evidence that also coincides with the proposed evening 45, which effectively would mean you have a 7 to 7. If you maintain the evening period, so it's 50 during the day, 45 from 7 till, but that's one of those consequential matters.
Mm, mm. Yeah, I mean, we're going to hear a lot today around the suggestion of shifting to a site boundary noise limit from the traditional notional boundary in the rural area. And in your experience, have you come across a situation where in the rural zone, an activity has established itself in compliance with a notional limit and then subsequently had to turn itself down, if I can use that as a sort of an analogy, because a rural property built a dwelling closer to the boundary than when the rural activity had been established?
Not very often. Not very often. There was a chicken shed example down in Canterbury many years ago, which was actually more about it was noise, if you like, spill onto adjacent properties and odour. Because the odour was more of the issue. No, I think we're going to talk a lot about the site boundary limit, I anticipate soon.
Well, it's, I mean, I've in my career, I came across it once in a rural zone where a person wanted to establish a kennel facility, a boutique sort of kennel facility, which had noise limits at the boundary. I think Mr. Hegley was involved actually, and it was adjacent to a parcel of rural land that had an entitlement to build a dwelling on it as of right. And the council got very concerned that depending on where these people put this house, the dog kennel would be able to comply or not comply. And it proved quite a difficult issue to prove that there was no way a house would be built within that boundary. But it is an issue, and it's the sort of thing that you've got to rationalize as you know, a first in, first served sort of scenario in a way. And a lot of the rules I have seen around notional boundary very much fix the notional boundary to activities that are existing as at the date the rule becomes operative, because otherwise you get into the scenario of a compliance issue for the rural activity if a sensitive house comes closer to them over time. So it's about protecting rights at a certain point in time, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I have seen historically a number of consents that what I call timestamp consent, houses as of the 1st of January, whatever year. It's somewhat fell out of favour, certainly in the district. And then more recently, in the last 3 or 4 years, there's been certainly some big projects, and those conditions have been included in terms of effectively setting up a noise control boundary, a de facto noise control boundary. It says if you establish here the houses as of this date, you know, obviously need protection. If somebody comes in closer, then they need to protect themselves. So it's a little bit of the airport concept, whereby if somebody knowingly moves close to an activity that makes a certain amount of noise, then there's a bit of responsibility on the person coming close to that activity.
Yeah.
I mean, in reality, the number of times that happens in this district is very low, sir.
Okay.
As
yeah,
I guess that's shown by the number of noise complaints highlighted in the Section 32 report. If we only get 12 complaints every 6 or 7 years, then, as I've said in my evidence, we're doing pretty well.
From your experience, what sort of noise levels are production stations sort of operating at night time?
The question I need to ask is where, how close or how far away?
Yeah.
It's really important when we're talking about noise.
Well, yeah, obviously, just you know, at 20 meters.
Okay.
Let's just start that.
Yep. So a production station can range from simply very low key in terms of almost a pipe out of the ground, what they call a water heater, and then a pipe off the distribution. So it can have very, very small amount of equipment with it. So at 20 meters, it might be making 50, 55 decibels, compared to a production station such as, well, they're not in this district, but, you know, Kupe, Maui production station. The Maki Mangahewa one is a very big production station. So that site would be 100 meters wide by, you know, maybe, well, it's probably close to 400 meters long now. So physically they're very big. So they're sort of at 20 meters, could easily be, depending on where you are around the site, could easily be 75 decibels. So it's quite a range there.
Okay. Okay. Coming to your summary, I just want to, now I want you to just to go through your suggested changes in the schedule and identify for me how they relate to the various matters you've got in paragraph 87. So if I can just get you to, if you got your appendix 1 with your track change version there.
Yes.
So, and I just want to make a note against what you've said in paragraph 87, just so I can in future track through how the changes you're suggesting relate to your key points of your evidence.
Sure.
So can I get you just maybe to go down 87 and then take me to the point in appendix 1 where the change you've got a change that correlates with your summary conclusion. Yeah.
Yep. So singular noise and assessment limit within the notional boundary position for all rural zone land. Where's the change?
Wonder whether it might be easier to work the other way, Damien, look at the change and refer it back to either 87.1 through to.
Yeah. There's a bit of scrolling going on.
Yeah, all
right. Section noise S1-2.
S1-2, so that's where you've got your singular standard. Okay. Yep.
And the second point was
boundary.
Proposed site boundary should be deleted. Well, that's the same, I believe. Yeah, so that is S1-2 as well. I've scratched out the at all times, so there's no noise limit at the boundary.
So would you, to make that change complete, would you suggest dropping 1 completely?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Correct.
So the whole thing would go. Okay, that's 87.2. All right, that's good.
87.3.
Nighttime noise limit is 45. So you've incorporated that.
S1-2.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
And day night is probably the same. S1-2 has those changes too.
Okay. Yep.
Matters of discretion. So item 5, I think we've set that aside for more discussion.
Well, but you're but again, that's S1-2, isn't it?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So that's 87.5, and I think you've.
And also, that will turn up in 8.
Yeah. Yeah.
S1-8, and also the one with construction noises. Yeah, and construction noise. So S2-1.
Okay, that's good. Clarifies that.
That item 6, I actually deal with that under the Marshall Day one.
All right. Okay.
So you can set that aside. Sorry.
Yep.
Major facilities zone. Oh, that's between the
zones.
So that will be 8. Oh, sorry, yeah. So 8 is quite a long section. So there's hospital zone and there's hospital zone. So it's the last part above noise S2.
I see. So,
so it's
is it 3? Is it
8? Yeah, 8, 3, 2 and 3. Yeah, 1 is Motunui. And there's a big, it's the gap because of the formatting for the.
Yeah, okay. So noise generated by any activity in the Motunui zone and the Waitara zone.
2 and 3.
Okay, that's good. This is a noise standard. Okay, so it's permitted, provided, shall not exceed 45 at any point beyond the Motunui noise control, beyond that provided noise. Okay. Noise. Okay. I don't think 3. Yeah, I'm still a little bit unclear. So we're in the major facility zone.
Yes.
And the point where you're trying to do is make sure that there's no intra-zone noise limit.
Yeah,
So
or have a high one, yes, sir. Yep. So it's major facilities to major facilities.
Okay. So where have you addressed the point you've got?
That's that one there. That's the intra-zone.
So that's 2, isn't it?
That's 2.
Noise generated by any activity other than controlled by shall not exceed the following noise limits at any point within any other site in the relevant. Yeah, okay. How many instances in the New Plymouth district do you have 2 distinct major facility zones relating to different facilities right next to each other?
It's more the ownership, sir. So, for instance, the tank farm up at Paratutu looks like one, if you like, one ownership or one amorphous blob, but actually it's got multiple owners. So, in theory, there is a legal boundary between the 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So there are instances where the zone applies to a number of sites in a collective group.
Within the zone, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, intra-zone.
And really the focus is also 3, which is to make sure that the noise, and I've made this point in my evidence, that the noise limits at, say, the residential next to the major facility zones actually the governing factor rather than what happens
that's right.
Industrial sites.
Yeah, okay. Okay. All right. And we've dealt with your last one, which was around the combined noise contour for Pohokura and Methanex. So we know that that's not proceeding. All right. Okay, well, subject to a discussion the chair and I are going to have about whether we'll put you online at the same time as other acoustic experts. Those are all the questions I've got for you at this stage. Thank you, Mr. Allerton.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kit. I do have a couple of additional questions, Damien. One is relating to your 11 summary point 1 about the lack of a cost benefit analysis. So are you aware that if there's a change to what's notified being proposed or perhaps recommended by the panel, that section 32 AA comes into play?
Yes, sir.
So you're suggesting some reasonably significant changes to what's been notified, yes?
I mean, significant in terms of they're technically significant. Yeah, it's hard for me to quantify that. I mean, in terms of the operative district plan, it's a departure from that. So is it a significant change to change it back?
I use the term reasonably, so that might help.
Well,
look,
it's worth exploring.
Okay.
If in doubt,
Yeah.
you know.
So who's responsible for doing that exploring? You're critical of the council for not exploring. Have you turned your mind to the Section 32 AA cost benefit issues of the changes that you're proposing on behalf of your client yourself?
No, I haven't, sir.
So who does that then?
Yeah, well, I think in the first instance, it's the responsibility of the territorial local authority. They are the ones writing the plan. As opposed to individual submitters bearing that heavy burden.
I'm just wondering about your points about the fact that you don't think the council's done the 32 appropriately or in enough detail. Is that the proposition?
Well, that's one of my points, yes, sir. Yep.
And would you agree that it's really a responsibility of those seeking additional or other changes to go through the same process to justify their requests?
Perhaps, yeah.
No, that's not. I'm looking for a yes or a no.
I'll say yes then.
Okay, so you haven't done that, have you?
No, I haven't, sir.
No. Okay. I thought the discussion that you had with Commissioner Littlejohn about the matters for discretion in assessment criteria was certainly sort of on point about some of the concerns that we've been thinking about. And I think that's probably reasonably covered. I do want to have a question regarding the use of day, evening, night. I think you say here or somewhere else, it might be Mr. Headley, that there's no sort of rationale for this put forward. Is that your position?
It's my conclusion, yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, it's.
And what about that nighttime period where houses are closing down, kids are going to bed, older folk are going to bed quite often, early and then getting up early. Is that not a rationale for why you might consider this?
It could be a rationale, but it's not a rationale that's been forwarded by council in their reporting, as far as I'm aware. Okay. I don't see the issue that it's solving. We should put things in that solve an issue or solve a problem or make something better. And I don't see that it does that.
But I've heard in other cases presented to me that submitters do raise the issue about noise when families are trying to get their kiddies to bed as being an issue. It's not your experience?
No, it's not my experience. And I think I'd just refer back to the Section 32 report that said there was 12 noise complaints. Obviously, these are in the district noise complaints over 6 or 7 years. There will be more complaints dealt with in terms of unreasonable or excessive noise, the armor guard response to parties sort of thing. That's not what we're talking about. But in terms of, commercial or business or other activities operating in the district, we've got a very low number of complaints, which I think is, hats off in terms of the rules that currently exist. Okay. In that terms, and that's the noise limit and where it's measured, especially in the rural zone. So if a child's not going to sleep, whether it's 50 or 45 makes not a jot of difference to them, I'm pretty sure, Mr. Dash. So,
okay, well, you're the expert. That's your evidence. Thank you.
thank you, sir.
Just turning to your paragraph 33 and beyond about the notional boundary.
Yes, sir.
I'm aware that there is a bit of a move for councils to come down from 45 to 40 as a nighttime limit. Hamilton City, for example, has a 40 dBA in its plan. In your experience, and maybe thinking about the sort of heat map that you applied in your Appendix B on another issue, is it becoming a trend in your experience, or what's the percentage of councils that you work with that would favour 40 over 45 dBA as a policy setting?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't comment on Hamilton, whether that's the Hamilton residential or the Hamilton rural zone limit of 40. The answer is either sort of 40 or 45. And that's what everybody, all the local authorities are going for. For instance, there's nobody with a nighttime limit of 50. And conversely, anybody with 35, there's very, very few of those around. They tend to be legacy plans that were written and haven't been reviewed yet. So I think it just depends, on district by district, and that's obviously the process we're in now. And Hamilton, if they've chosen 40 in their rural zone, there might be some rationale behind that. I couldn't comment, I'm afraid, but certainly in New Plymouth, we've had, a 45 limit at the notional boundary in rural zones since the operative plan obviously came into force. And, I bang on about the limited number of substantiated noise complaints in the district is exceedingly low, in the last 6 or 7 years. So perhaps that's an indicator that the number's right.
Okay.
And the assessment position is right.
So I haven't actually looked forward to the residential zoners.
Can I just jump in there, Mr. Chair? Because I mean, this is an issue. I'd understood that the acceptance around a nighttime 45 was only in relation to the rural zones, and that the proposal for the 40 dBA remained in the residential zones. Is that right, Is that your understanding, Mr. Ellerton?
I think you're correct, sir. I'll scroll through to residential zones. Yeah, residential zone is 40 at night. You're correct, yes, sir.
I don't think anyone's arguing that, are they?
No.
The only argument is around the nighttime in the rural zone, and then you've got an issue in your evidence for Marshall Day about whether that should apply to the multi-purpose zone and future urban zone as well, as I understood it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay, now thank you for clarifying. Sorry, Mr. Dash.
Yeah, that was my next question. So thanks for asking that. Right. Oh, I did have a question about your paragraph 86, and this is where you're talking about the 42A report and the AccuSafe report. Have you seen the full report yourself?
No, I haven't, sir. That's not been made publicly available. This is, sorry to interrupt, there's in the Marshall Day evidence, we discuss some documents that haven't been available, and that obviously that's one of them. So
okay, so am I better to raise that with you later on, or are you up?
I'm happy to accommodate. I mean, the answer is no, I haven't seen the report. So
yeah, so do you know, would you like to see that report? Is that a report that should be available?
Certainly, yeah, I think it's a report that should be available to everybody. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, that's my final question. So thank you, Mr. Ellerton.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, me again, Mr. Dash. It's always the case that I get prompted with other questions I wanted to ask. Mr. Ellerton, and it may be that you're not the person to ask, it may be better addressed to the council reporting officers. The noise standards essentially have 4 standards, at what they call effects standards, and they have essentially two, but set up into two distinct standards. So we've got one around the noise levels, and then we've got one around noise insulation standards for sensitive activities. And then both of them are structured around a zone-specific standard and then an activity-specific standard. What do you understand is the relationship between those?
I haven't commented on that sound insulation standard, sir. In either lots of evidence. It's just trying to find it now. So that's the to protect people, noise sensitive activities such as residential use, bedrooms and living areas in out of zone. So if they want to live in the business zone, or dare I say the industrial zone, or anything that's not residential or rural, then there's a requirement for them to protect themselves from existing legitimate levels of noise within those zones. So that's the purpose behind the sound insulation standard. I haven't commented on its form or its appropriateness. I think I might have worked it out in that the standards are referred to specifically within the rules. So the only one where it's unclear is if you look at noise R1, emission of noise not otherwise provided for in this chapter is permitted, provided it complies with all noise effect standards. So it may be that I'm better to talk to the council staff about that and later on to see what the intent is, to see whether I'm just concerned about there being crossover and duplication and conflict between the standards. But maybe that's the catch-all as an activities-based plan. It's the catch-all that if something doesn't make a list, then it's can be. All right.
Thank you for trying to help me there.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Well, I think that's the close of the Energy Resource Association's, Aotearoa's case. Thank you, everyone, for your presentation. And we're moving on now to you, Mr. Ellerton, on behalf of Marshall Day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Many of the topics, as we discussed earlier, have been already addressed, and there may be a little bit of crossover, and I'm happy to talk to those. In terms of the scope of my evidence, I'll make sure I've got the right one up now. Yeah. That's in my paragraph 14. And obviously that's a lot of the duplication, but the paragraphs 16 to 25 vary from the Energy Resources Aotearoa evidence. So I'd like to just quickly run through those and then perhaps jump onto my summary in paragraph 97 and talk to those.
Yes, that sounds good.
So paragraph 16, this is really a wording thing, whether we talk about acoustic specialist or acoustic engineer. I've recommended that this be replaced with suitably qualified and experienced acoustic consultant just throughout the plan, just for consistency's sake. A little bit of criticism here, sir, that the council has a duty to consult widely on matters where there's an apparent divergence of thought. And in my opinion, council haven't undertaken adequate consultation with specialists, whether it's myself or other organisations such as the New Zealand Acoustical Society, or perhaps contractors to the Ministry of Health to provide advice in terms of acoustics and vibration advice. Paragraph 18, in the section 42A report, there's a number of documents that I haven't seen, as far as I'm aware, aren't publicly available, and those are listed there. And you picked up earlier, sir, it's that report, the General Sound Survey dated 2014, which I believe precipitates much of the guidance Mr. Lloyd provides to council. Although the Section 32 report did quote this general sound survey and notes that the residential environment is inherently quiet, so that was helpful. There's documents supporting, sorry, we can now scrub that next bullet point, which relates to the Pohokura Methanex production station, because Mr. Wesney's helpfully advised that's been deleted. There was a report from AccuSafe to council, 12th of May 2019. Perhaps also that's where the summary table that arose in the Section 32 and 42A reports is from. It's not clear. There's a discussion paper between Higley Acoustic Consultants regarding Methanex managing noise. This is probably less critical now, given the Methanex and Pohokura items been put to bed. And then some other correspondence about well site activities as a temporary activity, March 2018. I think if they're referred to in council reports, then they should be made available. I can't imagine there's anything commercially sensitive or critical in that regard. Also, one of these consequential matters that we've talked about a lot is, as I was writing the evidence, I was wondering whether the rural zoned land and the Maori purpose and future urban zone land actually belong together as a group in terms of, if you like, their expectations for outcomes and so forth. And so it might be that some considerations given to separating those out. And I note that Mr. Holswich, on behalf of Ngāti Whahiri, yesterday morning mentioned sound insulation requirements and how, in his opinion, that have been overlooked for the Maori purpose zone. So without creating more work for you, it might be something that needs to be explored as whether or not those rural production and lifestyle obviously go together, but whether or not the same outcomes are anticipated for the Maori purpose zone and the future urban zone. Oh, and there's just a very minor thing there. Section 538 of the 42A report refers to noise S44, and I think that might just be a typo, just a hangover from previous revisions. So perhaps the officer can just clarify that. Moving to my summary. So effectively, I've just, all the summary points are the same as previously, but with a couple of extra additions, such as a bit of terminology in item 1. Item 2's, as discussed before, singular noise assessment position. Item 3, site boundary rural zone, previously discussed. Item 4, 45, the notional boundary, as discussed before. I've suggested here in 5 that the daytime limit should be 55 dBA as opposed to 50 for rural zoned land. Item 6, this is this item about consider splitting the Maori purpose and future urban zones from the 2 rural zones and applying different noise limits and assessment positions for those. And then consequently, if S12 is split, then have a noise limit that's more appropriate to those zonings. Item 8 is the day-night versus day-evening-night discussion that we've just had. Item 9 is the matters of discretion, which I think we've traversed back and forth. Item 10 is the matters of discretion, but as they apply to port or airport activities in particular. I noticed when I was reading the rules that the matters of discretion, there's sort of 2 or 3 forms of them, but effectively 2 forms they've been copied and pasted through the plan, through the proposed plan. And in my opinion, the port doesn't need restricted discretionary matters. I mean, it already exists. I'm not sure they're going to build another one, in which case we'd have to go through the process of considering whether they're permitted or not. And similarly for the airport, just as examples of whether or not they need those restricted discretionary matters. And there was also some commentary in 11 that there was a degree of discretion allowed regarding the sound insulation, that in my reading of it allowed for the Waka, Kotahi and Kiwi Rail requirements to be circumvented. And I don't think that's anybody's intention, but that was just certainly my reading of what the rule said.
Mr. Ellerton, I'll just kick off this time. Just on your summary list, are these all matters that are subject to your submission and scope of your submission? I haven't gone back and double check.
I'd have to double check also, sir. There's obviously a couple of things that were consequential matters that are right, you know, as you submit on one item, there's a natural knock-on effect that I feel duty bound to bring to your attention, so you can either consider it or set it aside.
The reason for asking is, I suppose, around 10, you know, in terms of just your role as an expert in relation to your submissions, whether you've got anything on port or airport activities, because there are, with the port, we've deferred the port noise issues to another hearing.
Yes, sir.
We're specifically hearing about the airport later on. And if we are about hot tubbing, are you in the game or not on those in terms of your
yes, I will be involved with the port one. I think my colleague Steve Peakle is doing the airport work. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
That's his speciality. So it's more about the plan as it's written, and whether it applies to ports or airports. It's like that. Does that activity need restricted discretionary matters?
Okay.
And rather than the port itself, even though it's regarding the port, it's like, does that port need to have that? It's just more a case of, is it good planning to have restricted discretionary matters assigned to that particular activity? I'm not reasonably agnostic about it.
I'm just seeking some clarity.
Yeah.
The matters in 10 and 11, do you have specific submissions on those? And I'll tell you, with 11, we've also had a request to defer those matters for a specific hearing.
Yeah.
And I just want to double check that. And I don't think you've been notified as a party to those matters. So, yeah, it's probably a simple black and white. Does your submission relate to matters 10 and 11?
Not to 11. That was something that occurred to me as I read the plan, and I don't think that's an intended outcome. And again, I'll just raise it with yourselves. You can either take it on board or not.
This is the process question about whether you're involved in other hearings and whether you might have been missed out. So that was 11. So you're not involved in 11?
No.
Okay. And 10?
I will be involved with the port submission, sir. Yes.
Okay. All right. And just in relation to your paragraph 18 and following, I think it might be worth just getting some feedback from Ms. Gardner or perhaps Mr. Wensley about those matters, because just an initial response now, the council's been quite responsive in its formal rights for reply with matters raised by submitters. So they will be addressing these matters, but is there some information you can provide me, Ms. Gardner or Mr. Wesney, about those matters now?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Could you just, sorry, repeat the question?
Okay, so Mr. Ellerton raises a range of documents that have been referred to in the section 42A that haven't been made available to ourselves and other parties. So just whether you've got any update for us on those?
Yes, no problem, Commissioner Daish. We did endeavour to get these to Damien last week, but of course, given with recent lockdown events, we've had some delays there. But our intention is to make those documents available, and we will do so in due course this week.
Yeah, so will they be made available to all parties? Is that?
Yes, absolutely.
Perhaps as a matter of form, Julie, they should come in as a, obviously an addendum or something which we can put in the right place on the website. Okay.
Cool.
And any initial thoughts about 19 of Mr. Ellerton's evidence?
Which one was 19 again? Sorry.
So this is on page 5 of Mr. Ellerton's evidence.
Yes.
About the groupings around rural zone land, married purpose, future urban zone land.
Yes. I think a part of that may be the way the provisions have been structured. So we do have provisions that cover, of course, maximum zone limits, noise limits for each zone. Then we have the noise limits for some key activities, so say the construction, temporary military training activities, and well sites. Then we have our noise S3, for example, which is setting noise insulation standards for highways, railways, and other intensive zones. So where we have, sorry, off the top of my head. So for example, in the general industrial zone or the mixed use zones, where we have some high intensity activities where we recognise there may be some noise issues, say for example, where we have hospitality and others. Then we come to the area specific rules in noise S4, and they include the airport control boundaries, noise boundaries for pohokura stations, etc. So I think in that suite of rules, these provisions are all covered, but this is something that we can also go back and look at and respond to further in the verbal right of reply.
All right. And if you can reply on paragraph 22, that would be, 20 as well, not paragraph 22. Yes. Is that clarification? That's all good?
No problem.
Thank you, Mr. Ellerton.
Sorry, Mr. Daish, while Ms. Gardner was talking, I'm going into the precursor to the rules in the noise chapter has a guidance note which says where standards are provided for specific activities and there is a conflict between those standards and the zone interface standards or zone standards, the specific activity standards prevail. Is that yes. That gives the green light to the activity specific standard in a situation where two standards would apply?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so that's helpful. I picked that up. That's great.
So I think that's all we have, Ms. Gardner. Thanks for your help.
No problem.
Commissioner Littlejohn, do you have any further questions?
I mean, putting aside the issue of whether the submission for Marshall Day has scope to think about the way in which the multi-purpose and future urban zones are sort of bunched together with the rural production zone. from your perspective, what would be the rationale for splitting those two zones away from the rural zones? What would be the reason you'd do that? Is it presumably some form of amenity expectation that you perceive as different between those zones?
Yes, sir. So perhaps the future urban zone could be, if you call it the future residential zone, then you might offer it the same, if you like, protection or, as you say, amenity values as the residential zone. That would send a clear signal that that's the expectation over the next, let's say, lifetime of the plan, 10 years. The Maori purpose zone was, and I know Mr. Holswich will talk to this more tomorrow. I couldn't find the elusive Maori purpose zone. I only found one area that had been given that zoning, and I'm happy to be corrected. But you know, I was hunting around the district on the E-plan, which is fantastic, hunting around looking for this thing, and the only one I found was the Marae on State Highway 3 opposite Uranui Beach. That is a very, I mean, when I say small, it's very small parcel of land that's been given that Maori purpose zone. So I'm not sure that there's a lot of it in the district. So does that answer your question? I'm not entirely sure, but it's just how do we put it into the context of what is it? What are our expectations? How do we protect it? What does that protection look like? Is it more or less or the same? So,
all right.
Yeah.
Well, I think, I mean, that's something staff can probably reflect on for us, because traditionally, or not traditionally, future urban zones, to some extent, the planning approach has been to keep them as rural as possible, because that prevents people from subdividing them in advance of a rezoning and a structure plan sort of process. So it's sort of very protective, and you know, and for some of the future urban zones in Auckland, for example, it's effectively a prohibited activity to subdivide, because the whole theory is that you don't want people, you know, jumping the gun and going ahead and potentially threatening a cohesive and integrated subdivision pattern.
Yeah.
So
we don't want the Wild West. Yeah.
No. So to some extent, keeping it with its rural amenities is one of the ways in which you discourage people from subdividing in advance. I mean, if you gave it the same amenity as a residential zone, then it's one less thing that a potential subdivider has to sort of confront if they come along and say, we're going to turn this paddock now into half a dozen lots. Thank you very much. Yes. So that's, I mean, I guess it goes both ways. Yeah, the multi-purpose zone, I'm going to be quite interested to hear those who are the owners of multi-purpose zone land and what their expectations are, because I think depending on the use it's being put for or aspired for, yes, I mean, the amenity expectations might be very different. So that's something I'll be keen to hear from others on.
Yeah, I had a very quick conversation with Mr. Holswich this morning and made the point I didn't want to overstep my mandate or you know, my position.
You have no mandate, Mr.
No, that's all right. Absolutely, no mandate, but I'm happy to help and aim to please. And it was just something that, you know, as you're reading these and offering suggestions, things pop up, and you know, raise them. They can be taken on board or ignored.
Okay. The one last thing I did want to just get you to point me to is your item 11 in your list in paragraph 98. Where is this possible circumvention? Where would I find that?
Yeah.
Presumably standard 3 or standard 4?
I'm going to have to find it again now. It's, what if I do a word search?
If you go to standard 3, where you've got the rules, 1 and 2 relate to highways and railways, and you said something.
So
matters of discretion.
Yes, I've done the strikeout there. So if it wasn't struck out,
Hold on.
So you're
just let me find your strikeout.
Yeah, S3 1.
Okay.
So I've struck out 2 and 3.
Yeah.
If you don't strike out 2, it says matters of discretion. So if you get a report from somebody like me, which provides evidence that the level of acoustic insulation, presuming that's deficient compared to the requirement for permitted activity, is appropriate to ensure the amenity of present and future residents of the site.
Okay, just looking at the way the rule is constructed, we've got that this is rules 5 and 6, which says in all zones, noise sensitive activities or additions or alterations to noise sensitive activities are permitted where all habitable rooms comply with standards S3 or S4. So you're permitted if you comply with S3 or S4.
Yeah.
If you don't comply with S3 or S4, you then need a resource consent. So it's assumed that you're not complying. You need a resource consent for a restricted discretionary activity.
And the threshold for...
And then the only matter of discretion is up in Rule 6, which is the extent and effect of non-compliance with any relevant noise effect standards and any relevant matters of discretion in the infringed. So I'm the person who's building a noise sensitive house and I don't want to insulate it in the way that standard 3 requires me to. I need a resource consent from the council. I come along and I've got to establish that the extent and effect of my non-compliance is acceptable, and I would do so by providing a report from an acoustic specialist which says that what I'm actually doing is more than acceptable for my property.
Yes.
Isn't that appropriate? Isn't that the only reason you'd allow the resource consent? As if, notwithstanding the inability to meet the standard, you've actually come up with a solution that achieves the outcome anyway?
Yeah, well, I think in this case that the requirement in S3, you know, the 1A, the 40 dBA, the 24 hour, that's your Waka Kotahi requirement. And what the restricted discretionary is doing is in fact saying, actually, it's not a hard limit, it's potentially a soft limit, as long as you get somebody to say that it's okay for present and future residents of the site. Well, I'm not quite sure how you can speak on behalf of certainly future residents of the site. Certainly, you know, we've all done lots of hearings where somebody says, I want to build an apartment in the middle of Auckland and I like the noise and I don't mind. And, you know, that you can have that conversation with people and they can be truthful and honest about that. But you can't say the same about the second or third generation owner of that who moves in and says, I was expecting to have my amenity protected to a certain level as written in the plan, and that's not the case, then they're sorely let down. I don't see why you would need to have what I call a soft limit on that sort of thing.
All right,
I mean,
well,
and it's not hard to comply. You know, it's done routinely. It's just wouldn't want to open up a can of worms really for the council, you know, because they're the ones going to be in the gun for not protecting amenity.
Okay.
By allowing a little side issue here.
I understand now. Yeah, and I think we're going to probably deal with that as a whole separate topic with Kanga Ora and Kiwi Rail and Waka Kotahi slugging it out in front of us, unless they all reach a peaceful resolution prior, which would also be an acceptable outcome. All right. Thank you, Mr. Ellerton. I don't think I had anything else from you. For you.
I'll be online all day and tomorrow, so if anything does pop up,
lucky you.
Happy to jump in.
Okay. Well, I think we've still got to resolve between the commissioners whether we're going to have a hot tub sort of scenario, later today. So we'll, stay on until then anyway.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for your evidence, Mr. Ellerton. Very, very helpful. Right, it's 10:35 and we'll take a break. Just perhaps for 10 minutes, be back online at 10:45. Thank you. Where we start with Greymouth Petroleum. Thank you. Okay, well, welcome back, everybody. Mr. Much, I think the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Oh, just try to change my camera, sorry, sir. Here we go, apologies. Thank you, sir, and good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Littlejohn. Good morning also to everyone else attending today. I'm Steve Much, one of the counsel for Greymouth Petroleum. I have with me today Mr. Higley, noise expert, who is presenting evidence. Also Ms. Carville, planner, who is also presenting evidence. And then Ms. Hare, environmental planner from Greymouth Petroleum, who will be available to answer any questions from the panel. So unless there are any initial matters to cover off at this stage, I propose to step through the short legal submissions which I filed yesterday, following which Mr. Higley and Ms. Carville will then present executive summaries of their evidence.
Yes, that would be fine. And just I'd like to acknowledge the fact that we'd had a site visit organised for us, which we were going to do yesterday afternoon, which we couldn't do, obviously. But thank you very much to the team for putting together the photos and the notes. We'll certainly avail of ourselves of the site visit later on as a full panel, I think. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, sir. So in these submissions, I will firstly briefly introduce the witnesses who have presented evidence on behalf of GPL. Then secondly, briefly introduce GPL in the context of the earthworks and noise provisions. Thirdly, outline the relief sought by GPL and address really just one aspect of that relief. And then finally, set out the principal submission in support of the relief sought by GPL. So at paragraph 2 of my submissions, as I've outlined, both Mr. Higley and Ms. Carville have presented evidence, and Ms. Hare is also attending today to answer any questions. Section 3, a detailed description of GPL and its operations is set out both in its submission and in the legal submissions for hearing 1, strategic direction. And so I don't intend to repeat that, sir, but in summary, GPL is a New Zealand owned and operated company with an operations base in Taranaki, and its focus is on the upstream petroleum industry, including exploration for and production of hydrocarbons. And the strategic importance of energy activities to the region and the district is recognised throughout the various levels of the applicable planning framework. And I also note now, sir, those matters are also recognised in the strategic objectives signalled in the panel's recent interim guidance also. At paragraph 3.4 of the submissions, I just summarise that GPL undertakes a range of earthworks associated with its activities, and those are outlined in more detail in Ms. Carville's evidence. And then with respect to noise, GPL's activities also have the potential to generate noise effects. Likewise, there is potential for GPL's activities to be affected by reverse sensitivity effects associated with new noise sensitive activities locating nearby GPL's activities. And as a result, both the earthworks and the noise provisions of the proposed plan are very important to GPL. And I would note finally at paragraph 3.7 that GPL's activities are undertaken predominantly within the rural production zone. And so that is the focus of the submissions for GPL and the relief sought. Skipping on to paragraph 4.3 of my submissions, sir, all of the changes sought by GPL to the earthworks and noise provisions are detailed and assessed in Ms. Carville's evidence, who you will hear from shortly. And Ms. Carville also sets out in detail the relief sought as an attachment to her evidence. Mr. Higley's evidence then provides additional context and analysis with respect to noise matters. And given the comprehensive evidence for GPL, I only briefly intend now to address one key issue, and that's the notional boundary versus the site boundary approach, which is raised by a number of parties. At paragraph 4.6, I have attempted to summarize reasons why GPL is opposed to the adoption of the site boundary approach. And the list of A to E, Sir, draws on the evidence of Ms. Carville and Mr. Higley. Firstly, Sir, the rural production zone is a working environment, and imposing stringent site boundary controls with respect to noise in my submission will provide an unjustified level of protection for a rural, productive rural land that is not noise sensitive. And it will do so at the expense of important energy and other noise generating activities that are explicitly provided for in the rural production zone. Adopting the site boundary approach will therefore constrain important noise generating activities that could have otherwise been undertaken without necessarily generating any adverse noise effect due to there being no sensitive receiver. And this is inefficient in my submission, and as Ms. Carville identifies, will compromise the role, function, and predominant character of the rural production zone. At paragraph B, I have summarized that the notional boundary controls in the operative plan, based on the evidence of Mr. Higley and others, are operating effectively. And the notional boundary approach is used in the vast majority of districts throughout the country, and GPL has not identified any evidence demonstrating material issues with the current approach in the New Plymouth district. At C, the NZS 6802, acoustic environmental noise, recommends the notional boundary method is used where lot sizes are large and settlement density is low, unless special planning reasons exist. And neither Ms. Carville nor Mr. Higley are aware of any planning reasons justifying a departure from the notional boundary method. At D, GPL has identified no evidence demonstrating that permitted noise sensitive activities are able and likely to locate near to noise generating activities in numbers sufficient to justify the major constraints on such activities that adoption of the site boundary method would involve. And then finally at E, Ms. Carville identifies that the relevant objectives and policies in the proposed plan are more supportive of the notional boundary approach than the site boundary method. And so in summary, GPL's position is that the adoption of the site boundary method is inappropriate and unjustified. And at section 5, GPL, as I mentioned, seeks the relief sought in Appendix 1 to Ms. Carville's statement of evidence. And in summary, my principal submission is that the GPL evidence and also the evidence of other parties demonstrates that the provisions sought by GPL give effect to the higher order applicable planning documents. In terms of section 32, the objectives proposed by GPL are the most appropriate means of achieving the purpose of the RMA, and the provisions proposed by GPL are the most appropriate way to achieve the objectives. And finally, the changes sought by GPL will appropriately provide for the regionally and nationally significant activities undertaken by GPL and others, while appropriately managing potential adverse earthworks and noise effects. So those are my submissions, sir. And unless there are any questions at this stage, Mr. Higley will then move on to his executive summary of his evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Mutch. Thank you for your very focused submissions. and the case law and the hyperlinks. I think that's a pretty helpful way of presenting that to us. I don't have any specific questions, but just hand over to Commissioner Littlejohn.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Much. Residential units are permitted activities in the rural production zone. Does your client accept that a residential unit, by definition, is a sensitive land use?
Yes, sir, and that's consistent with the definition in the plan of a sensitive activity, yes.
Okay. So your argument at 4.6a that productive rural land that is not noise sensitive, is that a submission that the use of the land for productive activities per se is not a sensitive use?
Yes, sir, that portion of my submission is with respect to the not sensitive, the land aspect, sir. Apologies if that wasn't made clear. Mr. Headley is concerned both with that aspect, but also the sensitive dwelling aspect. And A is concerned with if you impose a site boundary control, it will have the effect of not only protecting noise sensitive activities if there happen to be any in future, but also by default protecting the land without any sensitive activities. And it's that aspect in particular which GPL considers as a disproportionate response. So,
yeah, I mean, to some extent, it's where you get your policy setting fixed based on what is the intention of the zone, notwithstanding that there will be the odd sensitive residential use that will end up in a rural environment. It's about what's the purpose of the zone, what are you trying to protect with the noise limits, and to some extent that again comes down to the range and extent of sensitive users that exist within within the rural catchment. And I think, you know, where the notional boundary has sort of become very popular is that it represents a scenario where the rural land use, the productive component, is the predominant use, with rural living being a very small component. Whereas when you get into the urban environment, you get a completely the other way around. You get a lot more sensitive use, which requires a site-based control. Yeah. Okay. So those are things I'll talk to Mr. Hegley about as well. But thank you for your submissions.
thank you, sir.
So before you proceed, and before Mr. Hegley talks to us, just to let everyone know that Commissioner Littlejohn and I have discussed whether some hot tubbing processes associated with some of the noise experts might be helpful. We've come to the conclusion that each of the experts have a slightly different focus, or not even slightly different, a significantly different focus. There is some commonality between matters raised by Mr. Ellerton, Mr. Hegley and Mr. Lloyd, but some of the questions we have are more sort of planning policy focused rather than technical understanding. So on that basis, we will not proceed with any hot tubbing today. We'll just work through the normal process, but certainly very interested in hearing back from the council team, both on planning policy matters and the noise related expert evidence in the right of reply, which will be happening on these matters later on. So just making that clear, thank you. And back to you, Mr. Much, and your team.
Thank you, sir. So I would now like to invite Mr. Headley to begin by reading his executive summary from his statement, following which Ms. Headley will do the same. Sorry, Ms. Carville will do the same. Thank you, Mr. Headley.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's Neville Headley. I think first of all, I should start off by listening to Damien Ellerton's evidence and basically support what he says. However, my evidence today revolves around the use of the site boundary versus the notional boundary. It doesn't cover the broad aspects that Mr. Elton did. I think I'll just briefly go through my executive summary and perhaps expand on a couple of points. I'm not aware of any supporting evidence that the operative New Plymouth District Plan is failing to achieve its the aims at the moment of protecting noise sensitive activities from noise. The problems are that if you adopt the site boundary, you've got to look at the total effect, not just the effect on someone such as Greymouth Petroleum. I've had a brief look at the district plan and the activities taking place. For instance, there are cow sheds adjacent to site boundaries. Those cow sheds operate in the period when there's nighttime levels are applicable. And my experience from noise at cow sheds is that they will not comply. The next activity is the milk tanker truck coming down to collect the milk. On occasions, it does go near a site boundary, that will fail to comply. So you're changing a complying activity to a non-complying activity. So I think there's been no actual study undertaken to determine what the overall effects of such a control would be. Specifically to Greymouth Petroleum, there's never been any experience with a reverse sensitivity effect. The sites are selected carefully, taking into account what can happen in the future. Keeping in mind that in some cases, no future noise sensitive activity could be put on the land because they're already at their permitted maximum number of dwellings. Regardless of all of this, I think you'll find that if a noise sensitive activity came to the adjacent site boundary it hadn't been designed for, the noisemaker would have no choice but to comply with the noise levels. We're not seeking dispensation from noise levels or anything like that. So it's a matter of modifying the activity that was creating the potential problem, or in the extreme, not undertaking that activity any further. The use of the site boundary control is contrary to NZS 6802, which is the assessment of the environmental noise, and that's applicable also from the 1997 standards to the current standards. Has always been the case that it's quite clear in the production of those standards that the notional boundary is the control point. The district plan adopts the NZS 6802, so it's been contrary to what the standard says. As I've pointed out in my evidence, these issues were addressed in the production of each of the standards since 1977, and in each case totally rejected the site boundary for practical reasons. In that, why sterilize a lot of land in 99% of the cases unnecessarily? I think there has been occasional problems in the past of a noise coming to the a noise sensitive activity coming to the receiver, and I think Mr. Littlejohn did allude to that with a dog kennel case, which, yes, he's quite right. Those are the days of the the Planning Act rather than the RMA, where you used to do something and then worry about the issues later. The RMA is the other way around. It sorts out the issues so that you don't get into problems now. And that has been very successful to date. The problem also is if you go to the site boundary, is that what that means is, in the extreme, the activity, the drilling rig in this case, would have to move well clear of the site boundary, so sterilising a lot of land that otherwise the farmer would be able to use. He's just putting in the middle of his paddock. Farmers always prefer the drilling activity to be in the corner of the site or on the side boundary, so it's out of their way and has minimal adverse effects on their farming operations. I think the issue of the site boundary is probably highlighted by the Waikato District Council, where they are actually in the current process of going back to the notional boundary, having used the site boundary to start with. Now, that is still still a proposed plan, it has been finalised, but as I understand it, there's no submissions against that change, so it's unlikely to just remain at the site boundary.
Just to clarify, Mr. Higley, that the site boundary was used in the operative plan in Waikato and has been replaced by the notional boundary in the proposed plan. That's
correct.
Okay.
Yes. And I've obviously had a lot of discussions with them in various projects I've undertaken there, and they have expressed concern about the use of the site boundary. So there's nothing but work as far as they're concerned. It doesn't seem to achieve anything.
Just to follow up on that, you mentioned in your paragraph 11 that there are a few exceptions around the country. Do you know where and why those exceptions are around?
Yes, I think Mr. Ellerton included the map in his evidence on that. Basically, and I'm sure Mr. Lloyd will correct me if I'm wrong, they're all ones that Mr. Lloyd has been involved with, or councils where they've been cutting and pasting from other district plans. I'm not aware of anybody other than Mr. Lloyd who has been promulgating the use of the site boundary. And I think in the cases of, for instance, that were suggested by Mr. Lloyd, where there's been problems with a couple of power stations, the commissioners heard all the evidence on that, and they decided the notional boundary was the appropriate location, not the site boundary. So essentially, there's just a group of councils in the southern, the bottom of the North Island, and far north has a suggestion of it, shall we say. It's a bit ambiguous theirs, but their plan appears to be a cut and paste, not only of that, but of quite a few things. Yeah, I think that answers your question.
Oh yeah, well, I think the reason, as you said, you're telling us that it's a professional guidance. You're not aware of the reasons, particularly why that's been implemented.
Yeah, I think that the reason, that the basic philosophy has probably got some merit in that you don't want to create a reverse sensitivity activity. The reality of it is that I think it's a little bit overemphasized. I think initially the idea was you put the site boundary in, you make an application if you think it's reasonable to change things, and then it's looked at, and yeah, you move from the site boundary to the notional boundary. However, like all rules, once they're there, they tend to be implemented exactly as I said, rather than the philosophy behind it. So I think it's got itself out. The principle I agree with. The actual operation of it is just failed completely, and I think we've now got the experience behind us to say it has failed. And well, it's just been rejected by the majority of consultants. That approach. It seems illogical. You've got a farm that's a huge farm, and way up the back of it, the practicality of a house going there is probably zero, because apart from topography can get into problems, the cost of access from the main road, down a kilometre long access, is just cost more than the house. So you don't build down there. That's not where the problem in the rural areas. People build right on the roadside, and that's why we're starting to get in control of noise from traffic. Yeah. So I think that's more of an issue than the neighbour. I think the important thing is, though, you've got to remember it works in all directions. The farm is a industry in its own right, and by putting this rule in, you're controlling all those people who, at the moment, work quite happily without any problems. Now, you'd probably be unlikely to get a case go to court on it, but the reality of it is not complying with the district plan if you have the limits like that. I think that probably completes my summary. If you've got any questions, any further questions.
I certainly don't have any further questions, but I'll hand over to Commissioner Littlejohn.
Thank you. Where are we? Oh, I didn't mute myself, sorry. Mr. Higley, just thinking through the practicality and the lawfulness of this, and Mr. Much can jump in as well. Let's say your client's established a new well site in compliance with the notional boundary noise limits in a rural zone, and then a year or so later, the neighbouring farmer, for whatever reason, has decided to build a second dwelling, or he's potentially got a subdivision and got a new lot, and brings a house compliant with the boundary setback, which I think in the rural zone is 20 metres, is it? Let me just check. Well, I mean, that's not really the point of the question, but they bring the notional boundary for compliance purposes for your client much closer, to the extent that the noise limits can no longer be met now that this new notional boundary has arisen. I guess a couple of questions around that scenario. I guess the first one is, how often have you seen that happen in your experience in the New Plymouth district? That's your first question.
Never.
Never. The second question is, even if it did happen, isn't your client, and this was where Mr. Much might jump in, protected in terms of their noise emissions by existing use rights?
Perhaps if I put my penny's worth in there, is you don't have existing use rights to create unreasonable noise.
Okay, I get that. So your answer then is predicated on an assumption that the shift in the location of the notional boundary turns what was otherwise reasonable noise into unreasonable noise.
Potentially.
Okay. And I guess that's something I'd ask Mr. Much to comment on. Is that an outcome that would prevent reliance on existing use rights, Mr. Much?
Sir, if I just perhaps take one step back, it depends on whether the activity undertaken by Greymouth or anyone else is being undertaken as a permitted activity, or if it in fact has got a consent. Obviously, sir, if it has consent, then whether it complies or not will depend on what the consent conditions are, and potentially whether the noise conditions are date stamped as at a particular time or not. In terms of an activity that may be being undertaken as of right, I think that the existing use rights issue would become particularly important at the stage where that activity might be changing in scale or intensity under section 10 of the Act. Whether, to Mr. Higley's point, it would obviously be an undesirable situation if a house was to locate nearby and may raise issues, whether or not that would leave the existing use rights not capable of protecting that activity. I'm not so sure, but the key point being, sir, that as Mr. Higley, in response to your first question, answered, is that the likelihood and risk, I suppose, of this happening has been very low. And so therefore we suggest that, or submit that it's a site boundary control is a disproportionate response. And if I just draw you, sir, to the wording in one of the footnotes of my legal submissions, which is footnote 15, and the judge there in that case, Blueskin, uses the word robust realism, sir, and I think that's an important element to bear in mind, that you could, as Mr. Higley has said, impose a site boundary that would, of course, reduce the risk of both actual effects on new activities and also reverse sensitivity effects. But that would be doing so at the expense of noise generating activities. In a situation where we submit, it's unlikely that there will be issues of this nature.
And that does raise the point around existing use right, as you correctly pointed out, is only fixed upon an activity being undertaken as a permitted activity. If a resource consent had been granted for the activity, and again, Mr. Hegley, you might want to jump in here. Is it your understanding that resource consent conditions in respect of noise require compliance generally at a notional boundary or at a fixed point? What's your sort of advice to us around that?
Fixed point, that's been done before, and I can think of a case, it was a go-karts or racetrack rather in Timaru, I think it was, where they put a fixed point. So the noisemaker very smartly put a fence around that fixed point and complied, but didn't achieve the aims of the control. So that's on that basis alone, I don't agree with a fixed point because it can be abused. Sorry, what was the second part of the question?
Well, I'm just thinking if you were advising Greymouth Petroleum on a resource consent application and someone was imposing a resource consent condition which said you have to comply with X dBA at the nearest notional boundary, would you recommend that that condition be accepted, knowing that the notional boundary might move during the course of the resource consent?
Yes, and I have done to date. That's based on looking at the reality of the chance of a house coming there or noise sensitivity coming to you, as distinct from staying where they are at the moment, and the implications of that, and keeping in mind that if a noise sensitivity came to you, you have a condition that says comply at the notional boundary. The notional boundary has come closer to you. I think the other part you've got to take into account, though, is that drilling is a finite period of time, and let's call it round figures 3 months, and that's the total activity. I can't actually see a noise sensitive activity coming to them, establishing and being actually in use within 3 months. So that particular well has been completed. So then the, in this case, Greymouth Petroleum would have time to reassess what they're doing, whether they should do another well or modify the conditions or whatever, depending on where the notional boundary is now come to. So the problem is not as significant as initially is thought.
Okay. I did find the minimum building setbacks proposed in the rural, that's the rural lifestyle zone, is 30 metres for residential units from side and road boundaries. And in the rural production zone is state highways 80 metres and other road boundaries 30 metres and side boundaries 20 to 15 metres. Okay.
Can I perhaps just add there that if they wanted to put a well site in somewhere that was potentially going to get a noise sensitive activity, it was thought that there'd be sufficient chance that it could disrupt the well drilling, the same approach would be taken, or my recommendation is to take the same approach as what is adopted for airports and at Methanex site, and then put a noise control boundary around it as part of the application in getting approval for it. So you are protected in the long term if a noise sensitive activity comes. So that's part of the overall assessment of determining whether you should drill at that site or not.
Okay. All right, I didn't have any other questions for you, Mr. Hegley. Thank you for assisting me.
Okay.
Well, just on reflection, I do have one. It's a technical question, Mr. Hegley. Your 41 talks about slightly positive meteorological effects. Can you just explain that to me?
Yes, the 1991 all stands up to the 1991 standard based on neutral meteorological conditions. In other words, you've got neither positive nor negative effects of the weather conditions. The 2008 standard went to slightly positive. So in other words, you take a slightly downwind effect or slight temperature inversion into account. That increases the noise downwind or in the positive conditions compared with the neutral conditions. So this means that changing from L10 to LEQ, depending on the distance you're at, of course, but generally speaking, they're about the same. If you're very close, L10 is the more stringent. If you're further away, LEQ is the more stringent. So it's really the conditions you measure it under, and you'll be aware of if you're downwind, you hear the noise better.
Yes.
So that's the difference.
So you seem to have are you disagreeing with Mr. Lloyd about the scale of difference between the different units?
Not disagreeing, no, pointing out that there is a variation. It's not just an absolute 2 dB or something like 2 or 3 dB difference. It depends where you are in relation to the noise source. As I say, close in, the L10 there's going to be 2 or 3 dB difference. If you're a kilometre away, the LEQ is going to be more stringent in actual fact.
So you're saying in the round, the different measurements are...
Well, if you're downwind, you'll get a higher level than if there's no wind at all to reinforce the noise. So L10, you automatically go back to the neutral conditions. LEQ, you take the slightly positive.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. All right. Thank you, Mr. Higley. That's all the questions we have for you. I do have a follow-up question, and I think it might be best dealt with by Ms. here. Mr. Higley said that on behalf of his client, sites are selected carefully, I think were his words. Just getting a feel for the sorts of management, property, other aspects that the company might go through to perhaps avoid the situation arising that we're talking about. How land is held, agreements, those sorts of things. So Ms. Hare, do you have anything you could help us with there?
Yes, that's correct. So when determining the location of a new well site, various different things are considered. Typically the proximity to existing dwellings, the surrounding land use, landowner access is usually a big thing as well. So making sure that where disruption to farming operations typically are not disrupted. Amongst a range of things, but that's usually the key kind of things that we are looking at.
Do you actually ever enter into agreements about proximity of new dwellings with landowners if you're leasing or something like that?
Not that I'm aware of, no. I don't think those are discussions that are typically had, no.
All right. Thank you for that. Ms. Carville, I think we're with you now.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so what I propose to do is just quickly take you through my executive summary from my evidence. So starting at paragraph 11 of my brief, my evidence covers earthworks and noise. So we'll start with earthworks, give you a little bit of a break from noise, and then noise comes after. So GPL undertakes earthworks associated with its activities predominantly within the rural production zone, and therefore made submissions and further submissions in relation to the earthworks provisions. The submissions and further submissions were generally supportive of the provisions of the plan on the basis that they enable and provide for earthworks while appropriately managing adverse effects. Where the submissions and further submissions opposed the wording in the proposed plan, I have considered the earthworks section 42A report and provided suggested amendments, which I'll take you through now. So policy EWP7, this is one relating to design and landscaping of earthworks to reflect natural landforms. This policy requires that earthworks are designed to reflect natural landforms, and my analysis is that this may not always achieve the best outcome and I have proposed amendment to the policy to provide guidance that reflecting natural landforms and the design of earthworks is to be undertaken as far as practical, taking into account the functional purpose of the earthworks. And my evidence talks about some examples of the types of activities that GPL undertakes where this may be relevant. Rule EWR 12, this is the earthworks not otherwise provided for rule, and standard EWS 2, which relates to cut depth and fill height. These provisions set requirements in relation to a maximum threshold of earthworks that may be undertaken as a permitted activity and maximum cut depth and fill height thresholds respectively. The Grandmouth submissions sought greater flexibility for earthworks to be undertaken as a permitted activity. In my view, requiring resource consent to be sought for earthworks over 1,000 cubic metres and for cut depths and fill heights greater than 1.5 metres in the rural production zone provides limited benefit in terms of managing adverse effects. My analysis includes consideration of the requirements of standards EWS 1 and EWS 3 to S5, and these are the standards that address instability of land, visual effects through site reinstatement requirements, control of silt and settlement, and accidental discovery protocol. Further, it's my view that the rural production zone and major facilities zone have lower amenity expectations than the zones listed in Rule EW 12.1. Any earthworks would be viewed in the context of existing rural production or major facilities activities, and or would generally be within larger allotments which have greater capacity to absorb adverse effects within the boundary of the site. On this basis, I have suggested amendments, including providing for earthworks up to 3,000 cubic metres as a permitted activity in these zones, and cut depths and fill heights for oil and gas activities in the rural production zone up to 3 metres. Turning now to noise. GPL undertakes activities predominantly, as you've heard, within the rural production zone that have the potential to result in the generation of noise effects and also have the potential to be affected by reverse sensitivity effects arising from noise sensitive activities. Therefore, obviously, submissions and further submissions have been made in relation to the noise provisions. Most of the submission points were generally supportive of the noise objectives and policies of the proposed plan, with some amendments sought. 2 of the submission points and all of GPL's further submissions in relation to noise related to the site boundary method and the notional boundary method that we've obviously discussed this morning at some length. And so again, I'll just take you through the points where the submissions and further submissions opposed the wording in the proposed plan and the suggested amendments that are in my evidence. So firstly, objective noise O2, which is the general one to protect community from adverse noise, requires on its face, in my assessment, no adverse noise effects. In my view, the current wording is absolute, as it requires that no noise effects be generated that adversely affect amenity values, the health and well-being of people and communities, or noise-sensitive activities. The RMA is not a no-effect statute, and there is nothing in the planning framework of the proposed plan or the wider planning framework that require that activities avoid all adverse effects. In my view, the objective should be amended as proposed in GPL's submission to clarify the intent, so that it is not interpreted as requiring no adverse noise effects. Objective noise O3 relating to noise sensitive activities and reverse sensitivity requires that reverse sensitivity effects are minimised, and the GPL submission sought that such effects should be avoided. The reporting officer refers to sections 7C and E of the RMA as directing council to maintain and enhance amenity values and the quality of the environment, and relies on these sections when balancing use of the word avoid versus minimise. While I concur that this is a valid consideration, in my view, the matters addressed in section 5 of the RMA must also be considered, which relates to the enablement of people and communities to provide for their social and economic well-being, and also requires avoiding, remedying or mitigating any adverse effects of activities on the environment, which includes reverse sensitivity effects. Therefore, there is support, in my view, in Section 5 of the RMA for protecting existing activities on the basis of the contribution they make to social and economic wellbeing. I've also considered policy noise P4 and the rules and standards related to noise sensitive activities, which are designed to address objective noise 03. In my view, both policy noise P4 and the relevant rules and standards are consistent with the amendments I propose, which seek to avoid adverse effects that result in undue constraints on business activities. The concerns expressed in the reporting by the reporting officer that the amendment to Objective Noise 03 would unduly restrict the use of land are, in my view, unfounded. The policy, rules and standards relating to noise sensitive activities set out restrictions on the use of land, and the amendment sought to noise Objective 03 is consistent with and does not, in my view, require any consequential amendments to these provisions. I also note here that I've reviewed the interim guidance that was issued by the panel in relation to the strategic direction objectives, and note the current thinking of the commissioners presented in the table attached to the minute. In particular, I note the support of a new strategic direction chapter focused on infrastructure and energy, and the currently preferred wording of the new objective IE1, which seeks to ensure that reverse sensitivity effects are avoided. The change I have proposed in my evidence for Objective Noise 03 is, in my view, consistent with the Commissioner's preferred wording presented in the interim guidance. Okay, so turning now to the notional
just on the
boundary.
way through, Ms. Carville, I was reading that you thought that in terms of reverse sensitivity effects, the term avoid, remedy or mitigate might be the way to go. Was that your evidence, or do you
Yes,
agree?
yeah, yes, that's my evidence.
So you see in that new IE1 that we've suggested might be thought about in the interim guidance, we do just use the word avoided.
Yeah, if you just give me a second, I'll just quickly turn to my table of changes and check. Yeah, my evidence for Objective Noise 03 is that the proposed wording for the objective should read activities that are sensitive to noise and designed and or located to minimise conflict and avoid reverse sensitivity effects that result in undue constraints. So sorry, is just avoid.
Yep, thank you.
I have to say I'm a little bit old school, and I do still prefer having a printout of my evidence. This is the first time I've ever given evidence without a printout, so bear with me while I scroll back to where I was up to. So the next point was about the site boundary versus notional boundary matter. So noise standards, noise S1 and noise S2. GPL's submission and further submissions sought deletion of the site boundary method and use of the notional boundary method, which is the current method used in the operative plan. The reporting officer has concluded that the site boundary method is most appropriate for achieving the objectives of the rural production zone, specifically identifying the objectives of maintaining the predominant character and amenity of the rural production zone. This is a small excerpt from the objective from the rural production zone 04, and it was an objective which I reproduced in full in my evidence, just to make the point that there is a range of noise generating activities that are specifically identified within this objective as forming part of the character and amenity of the rural production zone, which is sought to be maintained by that objective. Continuation of the notional boundary method would, in my opinion, be consistent with this objective and assist with ensuring provision for functional primary production and rural activities to operate within the zone without undue restriction. Other objectives for the rural production zone are also more supportive, in my view, of the notional boundary method and the site boundary method, as they include references to the functional production and extraction orientated working environment and providing for the efficient and effective operation of activities. In my view, the application of the site boundary method will restrict the use of rural land in locations where no noise sensitive activities are located, resulting in inefficient operation of primary production and rural industry activities and consequential compromise to the role, function and predominant character of the rural production zone. I'm not aware of any special planning reasons to justify using the site boundary method in the case of the rural production zone. The notional boundary method is widely used throughout New Zealand, and as was concluded by Mr. Hegley, I'm also not aware of any specific issues with the application of the notional boundary method that would preclude its continued effective and efficient use in the district. On this basis, I've proposed amendments to standards S1 and S2 to remove reference to the site boundary method. And that's the conclusion of my executive summary. So happy to take any questions.
Okay, I'll kick off with a few questions. Thank you, Ms. Carville. Just on that last point about no planning reasons that you can see for implementing a site-based approach of site-based boundary. We've heard that there's a hypothetical issue around perhaps second dwellings or new dwellings coming in closer. And I think the evidence we've had from the noise experts, Mr. Ellerton and Mr. Hegley, that that's quite rare in their experience. So would you accept that there is some planning reason that might be considered in some circumstances?
Hypothetically, I could imagine potential for a zone where there was greater flexibility for dwellings to establish as a permitted or a controlled activity, potentially. One thing that I did look at was the provision for dwellings in the rural production zone, for example, where one dwelling per site is a permitted activity. Additional dwellings, there are quite a few restrictions. There are some provision for minor residential units, but again, there's requirement that they are located in close proximity to the main dwelling, those types of things. And so, yeah, in my experience, typically rural sites have a dwelling and subdivision or further additional dwellings as of right are not provided for as a permitted or a controlled activity in these types of zones. So there may be some obviously small number of circumstances where it could occur, but in my view, based on the provisions proposed in the plan, there's no special planning reason.
You're not anticipating, by looking at the overall planning regime, for residences to pop up without being looked at with the thoughts towards reverse sensitivity aspects?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you. I do have some questions about your wording starting at paragraph 53 and your EWP3 wording. So I think you'd accept that your changes, or do you accept your changes, raise a couple of hoary chestnuts that arise in all policy matters that certainly I've been involved in. The term minimise, and also the use of qualifiers like to the extent practicable. So my questions are, what in your mind is the difference between the term minimise or avoid or minimise and avoid, remedy or mitigate? what's the planning reason why you prefer your suggestion there?
There's a couple of reasons. One, I guess, avoid, remedy or mitigate is the wording in the Act, and there is, I guess, a built-up understanding in case law and the like that helps us to understand those words. Minimise, I think, can provide, I guess, an extra layer of expectation of reducing effects down without taking into account potentially other factors that might not be covered within that specific wording of that policy. So that's probably the two reasons.
So in your reading, avoid or minimise is more sort of stringent than avoid, remedy or mitigate, a more stringent test?
Yeah, in my view, yes.
Okay. Noting that term's used throughout the plan, so we'll be asking these questions of a lot of planners. So in terms of the qualifiers, the one you're using here is to the extent practicable, which again is quite a common qualifier used in policies and plans.
Yeah.
Just your experience about the use of those qualifiers, who actually decides that? Is it a test that assessments of effects deal with and test the boundaries off? Is it decision makers? Or is it both? What's your?
Yeah, my expectation would be that it's both. When confronted with a policy like this in a plan, preparing an assessment of effects, it would give me some guidance that I would want to be presenting to the consent authority information about any practical reasons why effects haven't been able to be avoided, remedied or mitigated further than they have been. So to enable the decision maker to take that into account, and then for the decision maker, my expectation would be that the emphasis would be on ensuring that those effects are avoided, remedied or mitigated to the extent practicable, and that they would then take that into account. So it just provides, I guess, a little further guidance about expectations.
But that would need to be based on evidence, wouldn't it? The practicable or not aspect. Decision maker would need some evidence to make that judgment, wouldn't they?
Yes, and so it would be incumbent on the applicant to provide some justification for that.
All right, just moving on to paragraph 63, EWP 7. So this is where you add another qualifier. There's already one in this policy with the where appropriate, which is already in there. So qualifiers are being used.
Yep.
So really, you're trying to be quite specific here in the policy about the matters that are in play, really the purpose and nature of the earthworks and the functional and technical characteristics of the activity. So I'm just trying to get, I have two questions about this. The first one really is about, for your client, the nature of the works, and I understand that you're looking at flat well pads for health and safety reasons. Is that correct?
Yes. Yep.
And the size and scale of these does vary. We've heard evidence that production stations vary from very small to very large, but off the scale, are we talking about you looking at a number of about 3,000 square meters as a permitted limit? Are these production stations in that order, or are they sometimes smaller or larger?
The extent of earthworks that's required is varies quite a bit depending on the site. Obviously, I think probably the example used in my evidence here was for a flare pit, for example, where the natural landform wouldn't be able to be reflected in the design of the earthworks, because the purpose of the earthworks is to provide a bund essentially around the flare pit. And so that was the intent of the suggestion, was that it was taking into account that the purpose of the earthworks.
Yes. All right. My second question about this particular policy, it's starting to get very long with 2 qualifiers in it. Do you see, as a practitioner, whether policies could have a full stop in 2 sentences just to make them more sensible, or you think there'd need to be there'd be a need to split this up if we determined it was becoming too unwieldy with your suggestion?
I think I hear what you're saying, and my first attempt at this policy did have less words in it. I could definitely see it having a full stop in it, and I think that's not inappropriate. It could be restructured slightly as well to make it not feel so unwieldy.
Okay, so but your I think your intention's clear to us, so it's a question of perhaps some tidy up in terms of wording.
Yes.
That. Right. So my next question is at your paragraph 79 about flexibility for the extensive cuts and fills. You're suggesting that there be an increase in what's in the proposed plan for your situation. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. And would you accept that Hastings District, Waikato District are similar districts to New Plymouth in terms of the types of activities that occur?
I guess really what I was trying to do there is just have a look for some examples in districts that have, extensive rural zones with rural industrial type activities, which I'm aware of rural industrial activities in both of those zones. So I think that they were smart enough that I felt they were relevant.
Okay, so that's good. All right, another wording question I had specifically about your suggestion in paragraph 88 about noise objective 02.
Yep.
So the first question I have is, again, you're putting the qualifiers and your preference for the RMA terms of avoid, remove, mitigate. But you're taking out the word do not generate. By your reading, do you read that the original wordings do not generate noise effects equates to an avoid proposition?
I certainly think that it could be read that way, and that that the current wording in the proposed plan certainly gives the impression of an intent of an absolute. And I think the officer's report sort of indicates that that's not the intent, and that the objective should be read with other objectives which give it clarity. And I guess my evidence was that each objective should, as much as possible for clear drafting, stand on its own and not have to rely on other objectives for interpretation.
Okay. And this is where you say, I think earlier on the face of the wording, you think we're dealing with an avoid type objective with this one.
In its current wording, yes.
Yeah. Yes. Right. And again, noise 03 at 100. Yeah, again, again, the qualifier you're using here is a bit more unusual, that I haven't really seen that before, that result in undue constraints for business activities. Again, from a practitioner perspective and thinking about decision makers dealing with those sorts of objectives, that's cool. Do you think that those words are open to quite a range of interpretations depending on who's making that judgment?
Yes, I think they are obviously open to interpretation, and I guess it's in my evidence at paragraph 98, just above where you're looking there. I talk about the matters of discretion, which is where I actually got that wording from. One of the matters of discretion was to enable businesses to operate or establish without undue constraint. So I agree, it's probably an unusual qualifier to put in an objective. I suggested it on the basis that it provided consistency with, and it's probably picking up a little on Commissioner Littlejohn's point that some of the matters of discretion are kind of erring into guidance about expectations, and that can usefully often sit in the objectives and policies. But one thing that I have thought, just reading through my evidence this morning before we started, was that given the clear direction given in the wording of the strategic direction objective and the interim guidance, those undue constraints wording could potentially be removed from here, and to just keep that objective much more simple and clean and consistent with the strategic direction objective.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to your 119, Ms. Carville, about, this is really about noise S1, 2, and the 3-step approach to the time frames. I see here that you and your client are accepting the 3-step approach. Is that because you've turned your mind?
Could you just say the paragraph number again, sorry?
119.
119.
Bottom of page 22.
Yep, and what was the question, sorry?
Yeah, just at the bottom there, your suggested provisions include the 3-step time frame we've been talking about with Mr. Allerton in particular. Is that accepted on the basis that you haven't made submissions, or your client hasn't made submissions on that matter, or is that more of an based on your own experience and opinion?
The 3-step, the version of the, you're looking at standard noise S1, 2?
Yes.
Yep. And the in my evidence, I've got the item C struck out.
Yes.
The officer's recommendation.
Yes.
Yeah, we didn't disagree with that.
Yeah, but there's 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So there's different time periods.
Yes.
Yes.
So just the 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and the 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So just two.
2 time periods. Okay. Look, I might have misread that. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Right. So that is my questions. I'll hand over to Commissioner Littlejohn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carville. I don't think I have much now that Commissioner Daish has asked all of the questions I was going to ask. I mean, there's obviously some food for thought around the preferred way of expressing objectives and policies and the language that's best used there. So I don't really need to debate that with you. The one thing I was going to just have a quick chat to you about on the earthworks topic was on page 13 of your evidence, where you have endeavoured to increase the maximum volume of earthworks in a 12-month period for the major facility zone and the rural production zone. And do you think that there's a case to be made for an earthworks standard that simply applies to production earthworks or petroleum exploration earthworks? I mean, we've got some activity specific rules, like earthworks to create a road or earthworks for silage pits. Do you see there's any what you've done here is in specifically providing for your clients' activities, you've inadvertently given everyone within the rural production zone a much greater scope of earthworks. Do you, I mean, you accept that?
I do accept that, and it was the nature of the submission point. You'll see that in the cut and fill submission point, it was specific to oil and gas, and so it's the way that I've done that. I did note in the officer's report that there was mention that commissioners may be of a mind to provide some more specific activity-based rules, which I noted in my evidence, and definitely I did consider that and did actually play around with the idea of presenting that to you, but it was obviously a more complex change, if you like, and was trying to keep it as simple as possible. But absolutely, I think if the commissioners were of a mind to, I think it would absolutely be something that would be worth considering, is just look at an activity-specific earthworks volume threshold, for example.
Because the earthworks that your client would do is not just associated with well site drilling, is it? It would be for site development, flare pits, all of those sorts of things.
Stormwater management,
okay. So, okay. The only other thing I was going to reflect back on, and it comes to this, the management of reverse sensitivity in the rural production zone. And I did note, because you have referred to RPROS 04, and I just picked up that in the rural production zone, there is a specific objective 7, which says sensitive activities are designed and located to avoid, remedy or mitigate adverse reverse sensitivity effects and or conflict with primary production. So it's a fairly clear signal within the rural production zone that it's a predominantly active and sort of quasi-industrial environment, and that if you're going to put a sensitive use in there, then you've got to accommodate that by putting yourself in the right location.
Absolutely, yeah.
Which supports your argument, and indeed the argument by others, that the notional boundary proposition is the one that best fits the primary production construct for the rural zone.
Yes, absolutely. It is my evidence that I think that the objectives and policies of the plan are more supportive of the notional boundary method than the site boundary method.
Do you think there's an argument that you could differentiate between the rural production zone and the rural lifestyle zone in terms of the perceived level of sensitivity of use that's anticipated?
Yes, I think that's likely. It's not something I've spent a great deal of time looking at for the New Plymouth district. The rural lifestyle zone is not not a zone that greymouth tends to target.
I mean, it's generally the case, though, that if there's going to be two zones that abut each other, it's more likely than not going to be the rural production and the rural lifestyle, because you end up with that sort of peri-urban countryside around the outskirts, around the fringe. And the rural lifestyle zone is essentially its primary objective is predominantly used for rural lifestyle living activities. So it's almost given away to a slightly more sensitive land use, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of my evidence talks about different expectations in terms of amenity in the rural production zone, lot sizes, and those types of things. And I think certainly for the rural lifestyle zone, those aspects, they definitely start to change. The amenity and lot sizes and things like that are different.
Okay, well, that's something we can think about in due course. You did mention in passing the comments I raised yesterday about the way in which the matters of discretion are expressed. Is there anything else you'd like to tell us about that? And I mean, you've had experience with plans over a number of years where the restricted discretionary construct is used a lot. Do you have any particular advice or opinions about what's the way you should draft these things?
Look, I have thought about it because you mentioned it yesterday. It's not a key focus of greymouth's submissions and further submissions on these chapters. But
one of the benefits of our job is that we get to ask planners who might be here for one client what we think about questions generally.
Yep.
And you're an expert planner, so
so I have thought about it.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, and I guess probably and I looked at it because it was an interesting point that you made as well. I think I can definitely see your point, and I can see some of the matters of discretion could be reworded, and that tension between what might be an assessment criteria. I guess I looked at it as if I was preparing an application for an activity under this plan, I would read those matters of discretion as being my checklist of things that are the effects that need to be covered, and that are matters that conditions could be imposed upon, and that the decision maker will be able to take into account. And then I've read the objectives and policies as being the guidance for me to understand what the expectations are about the effects. And so I feel comfortable as a professional planner writing an assessment that I could work with this plan. But I can see your point that there would be that there could be some improvement, particularly.
I think the difference between us is that you're looking at it from the perspective of the person writing the consent application, and I guess I'm looking at it from the point of view of the decision maker, who's the one that's got to exercise the discretion to grant or refuse based only on matters of discretion, and if to approve, to set conditions only about matters of discretion. So I guess I'm taking a little bit more of I'm taking a different approach to it, really.
Yeah, although I think the approach that I've just described, I think would apply equally if I was sitting in the decision maker's chair, and that I would be wanting to check and make sure that that list of matters of discretion covers everything that I would want to be able to consider. And if the answer is yes, then, and there's a few, for example, in noise, where it refers us back to the noise policy that lists out the matters. And I could, I think, comfortably as a decision maker read those as being that captures all of the things where I can take things into account and impose conditions, and that gives me the envelope that I can work within. The fact that those the policy wording includes guidance as to the extent to which something might be acceptable is the assessment matter, whereas the matter for discretion is putting that topic on the list, if you like. But I definitely understand your point that you made yesterday.
All right. I think that was it. Thank you, Ms. Carville. That was helpful evidence.
Yes, and thank you. Just one observation following on from Kit's question about the size, the permit activity size for earthworks and the cut and fill dimensions. Perhaps for the council planners, when you're looking at your right of reply, things that struck me as, would that cover, a cow shed and associated facilities? Would it be useful? Would it cover your yards and other facilities that might normally be provided on plans, on farms? So yeah, I am certainly interested in that being thought through. And when you do your right of reply, council team, just have a good think about that, whether it might be able to be looked at across the district, or whether if you do accept the submissions from Greymouth, whether that should be targeted at just the oil and gas production facilities. So thank you for that. And thank you very much, Mr. Much and Ms. Here from Greymouth Petroleum. Excellent case and really helpful evidence. And on that note, unless there's anything else from you, Mr. Much, we'll call a break for lunch and return at 1 o'clock.
Thank you. Nothing from me, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock for those that are staying on. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I think I can see you all on one page of my screen here, not see you, but see the who's on. So we've lost a few as expected. So yes, welcome back. Hope you feel refreshed after a break and something to eat. And I've certainly thought I'd have a quick walk around the block just to clear the head. So we should be all good to go. I think it's New Zealand Defence Force next, starting at 1 o'clock. So Ms. Edwards, Mr. Humphreys, and there was one other witness too, I read some evidence from.
Yes, Ms. Tavistock is our planning expert, but she has tabled evidence, so she won't be presenting this afternoon.
Okay, so her evidence is just tabled rather than presenting, is that right?
Yes, yeah.
All right. Did you were here yesterday, Ms. Edwards, when we talked about experts not making themselves available for questions?
No, I wasn't. Sorry, I was having technical difficulties yesterday, but
Oh,
what was that?
well, in terms of experts, particularly those that sign the code of conduct, the expectation generally, and certainly our expectation, is parties that file expert evidence, those experts need to be available to us to ask questions of. It's not appropriate to just file a statement in most cases, and we are currently preparing a minute about that for the rest of the process going forward. So it's come about not only from yourselves, but from some other parties. So I think your other witness is a planner, a professional planner, that's right, isn't it?
Ms. Tavistock, yes, she's a planner.
Yes. So look, I think we should just continue, and we may have to recall her for subsequent questions once the minute is finally issued, which should go out today. So
okay.
Yeah, okay. So if you'd just like to go through what you'd like to talk to us today, that would be good.
Sure. Good afternoon, commissioners and everyone else online. My name is Lucy Edwards, and I'm employed by the New Zealand Defence Force as a Senior Environmental Officer, Statutory Planning. So my evidence provides background to NZDF submission and evidence on the noise and temporary activity provisions within the proposed district plan. We also have Mr. Humphreys presenting on the technical noise aspects. In summary, at paragraphs 8 to 14, I explain that temporary military training activities, or TMTA, are essential in maintaining capability so that NZDF can meet obligations under Defence Act 1990 and is ready to respond to a wide range of national and international situations, including providing aid and assistance following emergencies. So two of the key reasons that training activities are carried out off base are diversity and realism. So skills that are learned and practiced on base must be tested or extended in unfamiliar contexts. So anti-terrorist, bomb clearance training, assistance to other activities benefit from this, and they must be able to occur in both urban and rural settings, because both of those settings may be present in an emergency situation. Large exercises are generally mobile, moving across zones in accordance with a specific scenario, and so they may begin at a port and move hundreds of kilometres, exercising various skills along the way. And that's why consistency of rules across zones is also important for exercise planning purposes. In paragraphs 13 to 20, I explain the nature and frequency of TMTA and provide examples of the different activities, including an activity involving the NZDF unit that provides central services to deployed troops. So for that unit, a key part of their training is setting up and operating their deployable facilities in locations remote from their home base. They set up in a location for a period and provide free dental care to patients that might otherwise miss out. And so school children in areas remote from dental services are often the beneficiaries of that activity. New Plymouth is a strategic area where NZDF may choose to undertake TMTA, and I provide an example of an exercise that occurred in New Plymouth late last year. Although TMTA has occurred relatively infrequently in the district in the past, training and capability requirements may change, and we therefore may need appropriate provisions to provide for increased future activities, should this be required, or should training or equipment favour an environment such as New Plymouth. So finally, in paragraphs 24 to 42, I acknowledge that the noise effects from TMTAs need to be appropriately controlled within the district plan. Activities involving discharge of ammunition generate noise that has quite specific characteristics, and this requires specific management. In that regard, our submission sought to ensure that the noise standards included in the district plan are up to date, appropriate for this type of noise generated, and are reasonably simple to understand, to plan for, and to assess compliance with. For example, NZDF is proposing a tiered approach to managing noise from weapons firing and the use of explosives, where the first tier is a separation distance from sensitive receivers. Where those distances are met, then that activity will automatically comply with the relevant limits. For activities that are not able to meet those setback distances, or if the site location conditions mean that the setback could be reduced, then the second tier, the peak sound pressure levels would apply. So Mr. Humpson will expand on this further and explain why we've adopted those setbacks and peak levels. But this is a very helpful tool when planning training exercises, as the coordinators can select a location that complies with the first tier setback distances, rather than having to use equipment to measure that noise, which would often be after the fact anyway. This approach is also very useful for council to measure compliance with. So in closing, NZDF has obtained specialised advice and has developed modern, effective and efficient controls for noise from TMTA. And so those controls have been adopted by several district councils, and NZDF thinks that they're a proposed plan. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Darren Humpherson. I'm a senior acoustic specialist with Tonkin Taylor, and this is my.
Hold it there, Darren.
Oh, sorry.
Just the processes will ask some questions, or if we have any questions of Ms. Edwards, we'll ask that, and we'll come to you as an expert in your turn. Ms. Edwards, I'm just following up on the matter about Ms. Baverstock's evidence. She's the one that's included the suggested changes to the plan that Defence Force would like to see. Was there any reason why she isn't available today?
Initially, it was when the hearing, we tabled the evidence when the hearing was in New Plymouth. Yeah, I understand there were sort of issues getting there, but then since the hearing's been moved to Zoom, we've just adopted the same approach. So
okay, it's just that I do have some questions, so I'm looking back at her evidence now, so we will need to call her at some stage. Okay, but look, your evidence yourself or your submission is very clear, and I have no questions myself, but Mr. Littlejohn may have. Commissioner Littlejohn.
The only question, hello, Ms. Edwards. Thank you for that summary of what the Defence Force does and why it needs special noise limits. It's the first time I've come across it in my career, so I was most interested. The one thing I did want to talk to you about, and it may be that it's you just copying over from Ms. Baverstock's evidence, is at paragraph 35. And it's this point you make about the structure of the plan being exceptionally confusing. And I wanted to know, is that something you'd rather I ask Ms. Baverstock about, or is it something you've got particular experience with because of your background that you can talk to me about your issues with the way the plan's drafted?
Yeah, thank you, sir. I think Ms. Baverstock's probably better positioned to answer that, but I can in general terms, we usually sort of have a temporary military training activity that's, say, permitted subject to a number of noise standards, which is quite clear and easy to understand. And in this situation, so for example, for fixed noise sources, there's a temporary military training activity that's permitted, that's subject to a noise rule, which is subject to a noise standard. And all three of those have different default rules, which are either controlled or restricted discretionary, and they all have different methods of discretion or methods of control. So it's quite hard to figure out the consenting triggers, and yeah, in some situations we may be, there's two consenting triggers for the one sort of activity. And so I think that's where we're coming from. It's just quite, it's quite hard to follow those rules when there's temporary activity rules, noise rules, and noise standards, and all are sort of slightly different in their approach.
Yeah, I think you're not the first person to point out that this is an issue. I guess that the main structural thing that the council's had to grapple with is the requirement of the National Planning Standard that says that you need to put your matters of discretion next to your rules, where for whatever reason, I don't know. I mean, ours is not to reason why, I guess. Ours is but to do what the National Planning Standard says. And I think the other issue you've highlighted upon, which I think Ms. Johnson pointed out to us in the first or second hearing, is that council have had to take a role, had to make a call on what were the things that were going to define the activity status, and then what are the things that are the standards. And I think they've endeavoured to gather together things that they've called standards that have multi-application, so that they can keep it more efficient by identifying standards that might apply to 3 or 4 different activities and have them as a separate sort of construct. And Ms. Johnson did actually put forward some concepts to us around how you could bring the whole lot together. And we're still sort of thinking about what the best way to deal with that would be. But so that's, I guess that's really the same point that someone else has made to us, that the way the plan's constructed at first glance, yeah, you have to go to a couple of different places to work out what your consent triggers are. I mean, in an ideal world, every activity would have its own rule, but then plans would be, much like they were historically, would be hugely lengthy. But I'll talk to Ms. Baverstock about that. And I guess just following up from the chair's point, is there any way you could inquire of Ms. Baverstock as to her availability to potentially answer some questions on her evidence over the next hearing days for hearing 4? I mean, we've got time tomorrow, and I think we're also set down for Monday and Tuesday next week. So, I mean, I can't imagine we'd have questions that would go for more than half an hour if she was able to Zoom in.
Yeah. I've just messaged her as well, because she's a colleague of mine at Tonkin and Taylor. So cross fingers she just joined before we finish.
Oh, okay.
If not, I have to, yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's helpful. All right. I didn't have any other questions for you, Ms. Edwards. That was helpful. Thank you.
Okay. If that's okay, I'll start. I'll just go over my introduction again. My name's Darren Humphreys. I'm a senior acoustic specialist with Tonkin and Taylor. And this is the 5th time I've presented expert opinion on behalf of NZDF at plan change hearing. For most of the time, the noise generated by temporary military training is no different to other forms of noise that could be expected within the district. As Ms. Edwards has explained, the only sources of noise which warrant a specific rule is when ammunition is used, weapon firing, and explosives and pyrotechnics are used. In my evidence, I explain why these activities should be treated differently and not bundled with other sources of noise. They require a specific method of assessment and rating due to their unique characteristics, which is a very short duration and very rapid rise in sound level. It is inappropriate to use normal methods of noise assessment, and this is supported by the relevant New Zealand noise standards 6801 and 6802. And I explain in my evidence why adopting the Section 42A officer's proposed 70 dB LA max is flawed. As you've heard, NZDF's noise standards use setback distances as the primary means of controlling noise from weapons and explosives. The daytime and nighttime distances have been determined based on favourable sound propagation conditions, and I noted that Mr. Hegley explained that earlier, and for direct line of sight between the activity and the location of the receiver. The purpose of the second tier is to enable the activities to occur within the setbacks where that's appropriate, and Ms. Edwards explained that earlier. For example, if a landform separates the activity from sensitive receivers, such as hills, or the activity takes place in a quarry, then this second tier, usually using the DBC peak sound level unit of measurement, would best capture the short and booming noise of weapons and explosives than the units proposed in the Section 42A report. Setbacks have the benefit of being much easier for the layperson to understand, easier for NZDF to plan their activities, and easier for council to assess compliance. Ms. Edwards has explained why it is necessary for temporary military training to operate across all areas and zones, and that NZDF openly engages with landowners so they are fully aware of exercises. This engagement process addresses Mr. Lloyd's statement that people will be perturbed or frightened when they hear distant gunfire. If people are aware of the presence of a noise source and expect it to occur, then they're much less likely to be startled when it takes place. Finally, for TMTA fixed sources of noise, such as portable generators and water pumps, the Section 42A report applies the most stringent noise standards to these sources of noise, even though, for example, in the rural production zone and the rural lifetime zone, higher noise limits apply to normal sounds. There needs to be consistency and also acknowledgement that these fixed sources of noise are temporary. Within Ms. Baverstock's evidence, there's a marked up version of the Section 42 report's noise provisions included with ours. And finally, in my opinion, the rule package developed by NZDF will ensure the protection of residential noise amenity when TMTA takes place. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Humpherson. You mentioned a manual that was prepared, I think, by another noise consultant, Mr. Malcolm Hunt and Associates.
That's correct.
Yes, that was done some time ago, I recall.
That's correct, yeah.
Yes, so is that still the go-to document, or have things changed since then with any standards or any other matters that have changed since then?
When the report was first developed, it included a wide variety of different types of weapons, and one of the prime ones was the howitzer gun that was used. That is no longer in service with NZDF, and we used to have a different setback distance based on use of the howitzer. Because that's now disappeared and everything's got quieter, we've got a refined set of setback distances, which are derived from Malcolm Hunt's report. So the report is still the go-to when it comes in terms of the noise levels haven't changed. It's just that certain weapons have been displaced. So the recommendations of that report still stand.
Okay, thank you. And I am familiar with that report from other plans I've worked with. Now, and Ms. Edwards might be able to help me with this as well, just the notification process. I think you explained that in your evidence, Ms. Edwards, but can you just talk me through a little bit more about how that's done? Is that in newspapers or letters, or how's that undertaken when there is a temporary training exercise going on in a district or a region?
Yes, so that is when it's sort of adjacent to other properties. They, I understand, they're usually sort of contacted directly. But then on top of that, there is, and the site that actually been undertaken on, it's sort of landowner approval, whether site that is. And then there's notification of local police, civilians, media, and then they also have community pages. So they have a NZDF community alerts page, and that's on social media, so it's on Facebook, and they update with that with all the activities that are occurring in a particular area. And so I know, especially in Auckland, that's very effective, and that's passed on in the community.
So that's certainly my experience when the Army comes to town in Hawke's Bay or the Defence Force comes to town. People are pretty well aware from just my own experience that you know, they are in town and see them around and about. So I think in your evidence, Mr. Humphreys, you're saying that Mr. Lloyd's concern that this might frighten people because they don't know what's going on is unfounded because of that thorough notification process. Is that your evidence?
That's my evidence, and that same principle applies to other sources of noise. If people are aware of it taking place, then they're less likely to be startled when it does occur, and there's lowers that annoyance threshold as well.
So would you describe the sorts of noise, explosions or weapons use more not like a nuisance noise which just goes on and on? It's your evidence, I think, is that it's short and sharp and within a defined period.
Precisely, and also in terms of the scale of the exercises, Mr. Edwards can explain on this, that when activity takes place, it's not all firing, it's very short duration in terms of a short period of time, which is typically less than an hour, and that's all pre-notified. So even though there may be an exercise which occurs over a number of days, the actual time when use of ammunition, whether it's live firing or blank firing or use of ordnance for like stun grenades and dummy pyrotechnics, the time that occurs is very short.
Yes. Okay. Well, that's helpful for me. Commissioner Littlejohn, do you have any questions?
No, I didn't. I found that quite useful. This just to clarify the setback distances. Where have you? So what's the work that's been done to verify the 500 and the 1200? Is that just experience, or you've obviously done some work previously on this?
So there is, within the Malcolm Hunt report, there's a table and a graph with noise levels plotted against distance for different weapon types. And then from that graph, it then comes into what would be the noise level at 85 dB, what would be the noise level at 95 dB peak. And that's where those distances, Commissioner, are derived from.
All right. And so this report, Malcolm's report, was done 2015, wasn't it? You said.
I think it is.
Yeah. So from is it your understanding that since then the type of weaponry and the type of explosives have not changed in terms of the what was assessed in terms of setback distances back then?
The only one that has changed, in which I said earlier, was the howitzer. So it's no longer used, but all the other weapon types, a 7.62 caliber rifle, etc., they're all the same. So there's not been a massive change, a material change in the actual noise level compared to a number of years ago.
Okay.
So it's still consistent.
All right. So your evidence is that, notwithstanding the work that was done to verify the 500 meters and the 1250 meters is, 2013, a few years out of date. Those are still appropriate setback distances to manage the explosive noise from what the Defence Force does.
That's correct, and those distances are consistent with the other submissions that we've done on other district plans as well.
Okay, no, thank you, Mr. Humphreys. That was helpful.
Thank you.
Yes. And thank you for that. I think we'll just stand by regarding Ms. Baverstock. One of the things I just wanted her to take me through was her example in her appendix, which she's given us, and also the table. So it's more of a understanding perspective. We certainly appreciate and understand the issue. Thank you very much for your submissions and the very clear way you've outlined those. And we'll just hear back from you later on about Ms. Baverstock. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, can I just, if I can get Ms. Baverstock on the phone this afternoon and she can dial in, are you happy to fit her in as and when?
She would have to wait until the end, I think. So
Okay.
Yes, rather than being interposed, but I think we've got one more submitter, the airport company. Yeah, either or, we're pretty relaxed about that. We've got a reasonable, as I say, it might in a way be easier on her just to take stock, perhaps reread the material and join us on another day. You know, with it's up to you, up to her. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I think it's the airport company. Just looking at my.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Sarah. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Hmm.
Do you want all of the witnesses for the airport to put their videos on?
Yeah,
Might be easier.
Yeah, I find that quite helpful. So yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I have with me Commissioners Mr. David Scott, who's the Chief Executive for the Airport Company in New Plymouth, Mr. Howell Edwards, Planning, and Mr. Stephen Peakall, who's our noise expert. Did you receive Mr. Edwards' supplementary evidence of yesterday? I just wanted to check that.
Yes, I to be honest, I saw it over the break first, and certainly have had an initial discussion with Commissioner Littlejohn about the fact that it's something we haven't seen, and others probably haven't seen either. So just Mazongli, if you can take us through what that's about and how that's come about.
Yes, certainly. Essentially, Mr. Edwards, after having further discussions with Mr. Peakall, has pulled back on some of the relief that the airport company was seeking in Mr. Edwards' initial evidence. Plus, Mr. Edwards can talk to this, but there was also a discrepancy that we noticed late in the piece between Mr. Peakall and Nigel Lloyd regarding the application of the noise attenuation rules and whether they should only apply to significant additions or alterations. So I don't think that was even picked up in the officer's report. Currently, the provisions apply to any additions or alterations to a noise sensitive activities, being a dwelling within the habitable rooms. And Mr. Lloyd has, as I understand it, said that they should apply to significant additions or alterations.
Okay.
So Mr. Edwards can take you through that.
Right. I think certainly as a matter of course, we're not anticipating or accepting supplementary evidence unless, of course, it's made on application and with the reasons. It seems to me with this statement, having briefly had a look at it over the lunch break, as you say, Mr. Edwards is withdrawing rather than advancing. And on that basis, I certainly don't think anyone would be prejudiced. But yes, bit of surprise that we found it over the lunch break, but it's only 3 pages, so I'm sure we can take it on board. I just do want to ask the council team whether there's any issues for them or any other party that's involved in this with this coming in late, just from a fairness point of view.
So Commissioner, perhaps I can advise it arrived yesterday and I was having trouble loading stuff on the website overnight and it overlooked loading that piece of information. So I've loaded it this morning. The council team have not been advised that it's there. I quickly alerted the commissioners that it was there over the break, so they won't have had a chance to read it yet. Okay, they've certainly got a right of reply, and I just want to close off the procedural matter with them and any other party.
I think there's good reason in this case, but if just an active discussion with council team on this one would be good. So if someone would like to talk to us about that.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Based on the discussion I've just heard, I can't see or hear of any reasons why we might not accept that. Perhaps Sarah, if you have any issues there, Sarah Edwards, but no, I think this is, oh, she might not actually be here, sorry.
Right.
Perhaps Hamish could advise otherwise too, but I can't see any reason why we wouldn't accept that.
That's good.
Yeah,
Okay. Yes, Hamish.
I was just going, just literally, yeah, not being aware of this, reading it in the last minute and hearing what's being discussed. Can we come back to you and say at the end of the airport's evidence, just with some thoughts in terms of what the supplementary is saying, and raise any process matters there?
Yep, that sounds fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so in lieu of some summary statements, the witnesses for the airport will be speaking to slides. What I'm proposing to do is have the commissioners had an opportunity to read my legal submissions in advance, because I didn't propose to go through those in a great amount of detail, and I propose to leave the legal matter of scope to the end of the presentation so that you hear all the evidence, and then if you have questions around that legal issue, you can ask me at the end. Would that be suitable, commissioners?
We have, or I've had a quick look through it. I do acknowledge the scope matter. Probably I'm agnostic whether we talk to you about that now or the end, if that's your preference. Commissioner Littlejohn?
I'm in Sarah's hands as to the order she wants to address the issues. I, for one, haven't had a chance to read your submissions, Sarah, but I'm relaxed about whether you just want to hit the high notes on the assumption that I will go and read them once we get to the end of the day in a bit more detail.
Actually, on reflection, Sarah, I think it would be good to take us through the high points of that. We are receiving the legal submissions the day before, and yes, we're perhaps relying on council to take us through the high points. Would be helpful.
No.
So yeah, if you can oblige us there, that would be good.
That's fine. What I've tried to do in this submission is I have dealt with the issues that are remaining in contention. So Mr. Edwards has accepted many of the points in the officer's report that relate to the objectives and policies. The issues that remain in contention can be sorted out, if you like, into three distinct areas. And I actually think the first area is probably a no-brainer, but the first area is within the 65 dB contour around the airport. In the New Zealand Standard 6805 for airports, that 65 dB contour is, as you may know, the air noise boundary around the airport. So within that area, the airport is seeking non-complying activity status for sensitive activities. My reading of both Mr. Lloyd's evidence and Mr. Peacoll's evidence is that within that 65 dB contour, their opinion evidence is the same, that based on the New Zealand standard, activities should be indeed prohibited, but in the district plan they would be non-complying. The issue is to some extent academic because the airport owns most of that area. And so in my legal submissions on page 4, you can see there the little red circles are where the airport doesn't own the area within the 65 dB contour. So the relief would essentially be saying that any dwelling within those little red circles would be a non-complying activity. And I understand Mr. Lloyd is on board with that as well. That's entirely consistent with the New Zealand standard.
Thank you.
So the second area is between the 65 and the 55 contour, known as the outer control boundary in the New Zealand the 55 dB is known as the outer control boundary. Within that area, the airport is seeking that any dwelling additional alteration would be subject to the noise attenuation requirements, which you may have already heard evidence on in terms of insulation, etc. Again, that's entirely consistent with the New Zealand standard, and that's covered in my legal submissions, paragraphs 28 and 29. Can I make a correction to the heading above paragraph 28? Just, I'm not sure if you've got hard copies, commissioners.
Yep. No, I don't have a printer at home, but yeah. So,
okay, well, the heading above paragraph 28 is incorrect. It should say between the 65 and 55 dB contour lines.
Okay.
So as I've said, between those contour lines, the airport is seeking the noise attenuation provisions for new dwellings, additions and alterations. And this is where I understand Mr. Lloyd's evidence is that he is on board with that. However, he raised a matter in his evidence that this should only apply to significant additions or alterations. So that's an issue that the airport has a difficulty with in terms of what is a significant addition or alteration. So in that particular zone, that's the only remaining point of contention. As I said in the introduction there, I didn't see that picked up in the officer's report, so I'm not sure what the officer's view on that is.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, perhaps
Okay.
hear back from them certainly at the end of this or when they write a reply, when they can perhaps deal with that. So thanks for raising that.
Yeah, so then we get to the third distinct area, which is beyond the 55 dB contour line. This is where this is the bulk of my submissions, because in the airport's original submission, the airport sought relief for within a 50 dB contour line. The New Zealand standard refers to anything outside the 55 dB contour as being only requiring controls in special circumstances. Now, the bulk of my submission explains that there are special circumstances here, given that the contour lines in the district plan for the airport are relatively out of date. They were rolled over from the operative district plan developed in 1998. And the airport is going to have to do a relatively major realignment. The thinking was that the 50 dB contour line could be used as an indication to people that the outer control boundary, or the 55, is not really, if you like, worst case scenario for the airport. The 50 dB contour line that was developed on the basis of some 2014 master planning work could be used as an indicative line to say to people, the airport has effects beyond the 55 line, and Mr. Edwards will pick that up further. That we're acknowledging, commissioners, that the situation is not ideal, given that the airport has yet to do further planning work, and there are various reasons for that, including COVID. The New Plymouth Airport is the shortest provincial airport in the country for ATRs, and so there's going to have to be a major realignment done in the future. So that's the third distinct area. Now, I hesitate to raise this final point, but there is a fourth issue in that the SEL 95 nighttime boundary line was not included in the proposed district plan. It was not rolled over from the operative district plan. This is not included in my submissions, but the airport is postulating whether that could be included in the proposed district plan under clause 16 of the first schedule, because it is an indication to people of nighttime effects. It would not have any implications at all in terms of the noise compliance requirements in the relevant rule. It's simply advice. And again, Mr. Howell, Mr. Edwards and Mr. Peakle can pick that up. So those are the four issues remaining. Now, I anticipate you'd be reluctant to, in most cases, to utilise clause 16 of the first schedule. But as I say, the nighttime line was not rolled over into the proposed district plan. Mr. Lloyd states that there are no nighttime flights in New Plymouth, which is incorrect. There are 3 flights a day before 7 AM on Mondays to Fridays. So I'm happy to take questions on that. And apologies to be raising this at the last minute in terms of the nighttime noise line, but as I say, there are no implications for that in the rule framework in the district plan.
Okay. I think I'll get Commissioner Littlejohn to start.
Yeah, I think the SEL issue is sort of the last question on my mind at the moment. And it may be that some of these questions are best sort of dealt with by your other witnesses, but I'll be honest and say I'm hopelessly confused about what's going on here. If I look at your figure, and maybe it's just a series of simple questions. Your figure on page 4 of your submissions, Ms. Ongley, and I've got the planning map open in front of me at the same time, and I see 2 lines. And I guess my first question is, how does a lay observer of the plan know which of those lines is which? I mean, you and I know because we deal with their noise contours all the time and know that they get less the further you go from the noise source. But is there something else in the plan that identifies these as the ANB and the OCB?
I might have to get Mr. Edwards to,
all right, that's okay,
to talk to that one.
Okay, well, he can make a note of that. That's, I guess, my question 1. That's more of just a presentation point of view.
Yeah.
I guess the other question then, the next question then is the boundaries that are shown there. Am I right to assume that those are the rolled over ANB and OCB from the operative plan?
Yes.
Okay, so they differ then to those that are shown attached to Mr. Peakle's evidence, which I am assuming are the 2015 boundaries that he talks about, the 2015 future noise contours?
That's right, yes.
Okay, and in the airport's submission, it said the airport seeks that the 50 dB noise contour around the existing airport be imposed on the planning maps in addition to the area Q structure plan. So that's one piece of relief it did seek. But there's no real reference given to the source of that 50 dB noise contour or anything. Do you, I mean, apart from a cross reference to the area Q structure plan,
Yeah.
How would the council know where the 50 dB noise contour ought to go around the airport?
So there is reference in the introduction parts of the submission to the planning that has taken place.
Okay.
The 50 dB contour is only shown in part against the area Q structure plan.
Yeah, that's right.
And this is where I have raised the scope issue.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
And I can talk to that now if you like, or I can talk to it.
Well, the next part of, I guess the next part of my question is, does the airport consider that there is any scope to bring the more recently modelled 2015 contours into the proposed plan now?
Well, that's an extremely good question, Mr. Littlejohn, and I have, and Mr. Edwards and I have both concluded that there isn't.
Okay.
So essentially, we're coming here with what is quite an unfortunate kind of legacy issue, and it's arisen for numerous means, including staff turnover, a huge focus on the construction of the terminal at the airport, and various different things. But for whatever reason, the airport did not make a submission requesting that the updated noise contours for the 65 and 55 be placed in the district plan.
Okay.
So, however, they did their submission did refer to the 50.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand now. So the reference to the 50 is being seen, and I think you referred to it as an indicative outer air noise contour in the absence of seeking the actual relief that you might have wanted. Yeah, okay.
Sort of, although I don't know if I should put it exactly like that. But can I refer you, Mr. Littlejohn, to the last page of my submissions? Are you able to bring that?
Yep. Yeah, well, that's the same plan attached to Mr. Peakel's evidence. Yeah.
It is slightly different.
Oh, okay. No, it is.
Yeah.
Different. You've got the realigned runway dashed contour there potentially. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So you can see the blue line showing the 50 dB line.
So that's the 50. Is that the 50 dB line that correlates with the one that's shown on the area Q? Area Q is purple. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
So we all know that is the 50 dB line that the airport put up in the context of that plan change that ended up shown on area Q, that it now seeks to have imposed over a broader area.
That's right. And then that map also shows the multi-criteria analysis for a realignment option. So if you look at the yellow dotted line, that's a potential 60 dB contour if the airport were realigned.
The runway.
Sorry, the runway. And you see that's within the blue line. So
okay. So the dashed green line. Can you give? This doesn't have a key on it, so this is quite helpful. On your picture, the dashed green line, is that the potential 55 dB contour for a realigned runway?
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
So and the solid green line is what does that line represent?
So that was based on the 2014 master planning, which looked at.
That's the 55 dB, 2014 55 dB.
Yeah.
And presumably.
I'll just double check that was 2014. I think it was, wasn't it, Mr. Edwards? It was 2013 or 14. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think 14. It was 14. Yep.
Okay. And I can see within there, I know it's not on your map, but it's on Mr. Peakel's. Mr. Peakel's actually got that quite curiously shaped one as a dot, a line dash line there. So I can talk to him about that. Okay, so that's 50, 2015, 60, 55. Okay. All right. No, I understand that now. Okay.
Okay, well, I'll pass on to the witnesses in a minute, but just to finish off on that, for the purposes of this hearing, following Mr. Edwards' supplementary evidence, the airport's only seeking the 50 dB line as an indicative line on the planning maps, an indicative outer contour line on the planning maps. No other relief in terms of the rules at this hearing. But at future hearings, including the subdivision and the Area Q hearings, we will talk further about the implications of that 50 dB line.
So the 50 dB line is your blue line, is that right?
Yes, yeah.
And it would be shown on the planning maps, but it wouldn't have any teeth in terms of a compliance point for the airport, nor a land use control for people coming into it within the noise chapter.
That's correct, and it's the thinking is, and Mr. Edwards could talk to this further, is that people should know that the noise contours of the airport are not static, and it's an information tool, and if anything, so Mr. Edwards can talk to that in the land use context.
Yeah. Okay.
So shall I, Mr. Scott will present his slides. Do you have any other questions at this point?
I was just, and I think I've just worked it out, your submissions on scope are very much are intended to give us comfort that we can incorporate this 50 dB line, even though it wasn't depicted graphically in the airport's original submission.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, and I'm relying relatively heavily on the Taranaki Energy Watch decision on buffer lines around petroleum and well sites, which I go into in the appendix to my submission.
Okay. Okay. It's not an argument that we can put in the 2015 contours, because I think you're accepting that there's no scope for that.
That's right.
Okay, all right. No, that's good. That's helpful. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. Well, is it possible to, Mr. Daish, do you have any questions for me?
No, I just signal that. Will you drive the PowerPoints, or can you drive the PowerPoints from your end, or is that something?
Well, I can't, but Mr. Edwards might be able to.
So I'll step in there and try and share my screen where we will get the PowerPoint up. So just bear with me. And it'd be great if you could just let me know when you can see that.
Yes, I can see that. Yep.
So Mr. Scott is as I said, the Chief Executive of the airport. Are you ready, Mr. Scott?
I'm ready.
I'll hand it over to you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. The airport, New Plymouth Airport, uses master planning similar to other airports. This considers the needs of the local communities and the wider society whenever we are planning future master works. We've had two previous master plans completed in 2003 and 2014. Much of the work that was highlighted in those master plans, including our new terminal, has been commissioned and completed or is currently planned. Both of those master plans did highlight the fact that we are limited by the length of our runway. Next slide, I think, would be there, Hal. In 2019, a study was done, a future-proofing study, and you can see by the map that we've got there, we are getting with coastal erosion and some of the other topography issues, we have a very constrained runway. As Sarah mentioned earlier, we have the shortest ATR runway in New Zealand, and we are actually constrained at the moment. There are occasionally limitations on aircraft performance at New Plymouth at the moment.
Mr. Scott, with reference to that plan, the alternative runway, the grass one, is that used at all for?
No, not for commercial operations at all. Commissioner Dash, that's used essentially for the general aviation operations there.
Okay.
Next slide, Hal. The future-proofing study highlighted 6 options. You'll see 5 there. The other remaining one, obviously, is to do nothing. And from those options, the most practical one was option number 5, which is a realignment of the runway. The other 4 options did actually have some fatal flaws that meant we could not consider those as realistic options for us.
Just those documents there, are they that's, I think Ms. Ongley talked about a multi-criteria assessment process. Is that how you follow those through, the alternatives assessment?
Look, I can't speak with too much authority on those. I was actually not here. I'm relatively new to the role. I was not here. Hal, I don't know if you've got any comment there.
Yeah, they were all factored into, and again, I wasn't directly involved in it, but they were all factored into the MCA report, which I think is attached to David's evidence, so you can read it in full. I don't think the appendices are attached actually, but if needed, look, we can get those to you as well.
Okay. Thank you. Carry on, please.
Next slide, please, there, Mr. Edwards. The new terminal has been completed, Tohono. It has been a partnership with the local Puketapu Hapu. We can't talk about airports or runways and things, unfortunately, without mentioning COVID-19, which we're all living in the middle of again right now. The direct impact that it's had on us here is that it has meant that we've had to defer a few of the capital projects that we did have in place. They were mainly around expanding our apron area and no extension to runways, obviously, but some of the larger commercial opportunities that we were looking at as well, the non-aeronautical revenue streams have also had to be delayed, unfortunately. That included the commissioning of the master plan and any future planning submissions that were due last year. There was a bit of a turnover of staff, of key personnel, which did have an impact on that process. We're about to commission a new master plan with the assistance of Becca, and we'll be looking at what opportunities exist both in the landside and the airside area, and we'll have obviously a broad range of considerations when we complete that process. Thank you.
Mr. Scott, the runway is just planning on fixed wing ATR type aircraft, or are you looking at expansions into jets as well in your master planning?
That's a great question. I think that to look into the future of aviation at the moment has been, it's a lot more cloudy than it was perhaps even 10 years ago or so. The reality is we just don't know what's going to be required at the moment. If you look at how aviation has evolved, it has been on a fairly steady increase as far as passenger and aircraft movements go. And we have gotten larger and larger in the aircraft type that we have here. There is no plans at the moment from any of the major carriers to go to any kind of jet operation here, but that's not to say in the future that that would not happen. And I think that that is the basis behind our planning. At the moment, even though we have a little bit of limitations occasionally because of our runway length, it doesn't hinder our business too much. If you're going to ask me if I could confidently say that will be the case in the future, there's no way. I think that as the demand increases and the aircraft types change, and we don't know what that means again, but in reality, we will be looking at a larger runway being needed. One of the more recent conversations that was taking place in the last few years was around a Dash 8 400 series, which is one up from the Q300 that we currently have. That would not have been able to operate into New Plymouth, given the current runway length.
Due to the runway length.
Correct.
Yeah. And perhaps some other operational questions. So the realigned runway that we've been shown by Ms. Ongley, that I take it is the preferred option, the one without the fatal flaws?
Yes, it is. In fact, it's actually realistically the only option that we would have at the current time, based on the studies that we've had. The coast is getting a bit close to the end of the southern end of that runway, which you can clearly see on that map. So we'd be very, very reluctant to extend it that way. And plus, there's some cultural significance there that we would not want to go near either. There's some Puketapu Pa down that end of the runway. And yeah, I think the coastal inundation is also a major factor in that as well.
Okay. And the land that you'd need for the realigned runway, is that in your current ownership?
No, it's not.
Okay. So that's part of the planning.
Yes, it is. There's been discussions with the council with regards to that as well, because obviously that's part of the protecting for the future. Again, I'm not 100% sure where those sit, but it's certainly been highlighted as an area that needs to be considered for future realignment.
Okay. And just out of interest, really, the on-ground infrastructure, including the new terminal, that will just be probably can't be reorientated, but that will just be something to work around with your future planning. Obviously, it's been
yeah, that's correct. The terminal was built based on a series of future realignments, if you like. So there's nothing will happen to the terminal.
Yeah,
it could stay here. There will be some buildings that would have to relocate, and we highlight that to them as well. We'd look for another space for those.
So certainly, congratulations on the building. It's a beautiful entry to the region, and yeah, that's just by the by. So yeah, well, thank you for those answers, Commissioner Littlejohn. Do you have any questions for Mr. Scott?
Just one question. You used the acronym RSEA at paragraph 27 of your evidence, and I've missed.
Oh, okay. Yes, that's
what that means. What's that? What does that stand?
Runway end safety area. Now that's actually quite relevant. Anytime you build a new runway now or increase the length of a runway, you are required under CAA rules to have a runway end safety area, which is referred to as a RESA. This is essentially a safety pocket, if you like, at the end of each runway. We don't have them at the moment. So even if we wanted to increase, and it does impact the ability to increase our runway where we currently are, because even if we were to increase it by 50 metres, we'd probably have to add another 400 onto the total length of the runway in order to be compliant.
Okay. The land, do you need land beyond the current ownership of the airport on to both the north and the south for the realigned runway?
So just the south.
Just the south, okay. Okay. So that land at the moment, well, is presently all zoned rural production, is that right? It doesn't extend into the Area Q land holding at all?
No, it does not.
Okay. And is that land owned by the council or is it third party?
Third party.
Okay. All right. I didn't have any other questions. Thank you for your minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Commissioners, Mr. Peakle will present his slides while Mr. Edwards is just loading them. You, if you feel amenable to utilising clause 16 of the first schedule to include, for information purposes, the nighttime boundary, which is the SEL 95 boundary, which was included in the operative plan but not rolled over into the proposed plan. You may wish to ask Mr. Peakle some questions about the implications of that in terms of whether it's going to affect people. And Mr. Edwards, it doesn't in terms of the planning rule compliance requirements. Mr. Peakle does deal with this in paragraph 7.1 to 7.6 of his evidence. So I'll hand it over.
Thank you very much. Ong Lee.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, everyone. You'll see from reading my evidence that the bulk of it is concerned with New Zealand Standard 6805, which is the commonly referred to as the airport noise standard, and how that adopts procedures to what is effectively adopted a two-pronged approach to aircraft noise management. And if Mr. Edwards could flick onto the first slide, that'll be good. And just wait for that to fully load up for me. So there's two parts to the standard. It's one of the more elegant New Zealand noise standards, I would say, and hence why, despite being published in 1992, there's been no real need to consider revising it over time, unlike most of the other noise standards that we have. And the two-pronged approach is effectively linked to how the standard envisages setting land use planning provisions to enable compatible land use planning around an airport, and also associated with boundaries implemented for that purpose is requirements for the airport to not exceed those in terms of its own noise emissions. So a compliance aspect as well. And I list on this slide here what my interpretation of the standard itself in terms of what is required within each of those two noise boundaries. The air noise boundary is often not as controversial as others because it's well recognized that noise levels of 65 LDN and above are high, and that new residential activity shouldn't be allowed to establish there for that very reason, but it's a really high noise level, and hence the standard specifically uses the term prohibited. The outer control boundary represents an area of land between the 55 LDN and the 65, where the standard
stage, the residential should also be prohibited, effectively unless the council permits its use subject to sound insulation. But my interpretation and opinion on that is that the desirable starting point is that it should be prohibited if there are no other conflicts in terms of planning or other matters to address. So, and I believe the standard is quite clear on that requirement to prohibit inside the 55, because that noise level is still a moderate to high noise level, and does give rise to annoyance and people complaining. If Mr. Edwards could flick onto the next slide, I'll talk about the implementation of the noise standard under the operative district plan at New Plymouth, which, and this isn't associated with the current and existing noise control boundaries and how they've been brought into the proposed district plan as well. As I read that, it's effectively prohibited inside the 65 LDN, and that's proposed to be maintained, which I agree with. Where I provide recommendations in my evidence about what I would see as appropriate is slightly different to what Mr. Lloyd has suggested in his evidence. And it really comes down to existing expectation in the different zones around the airport. So I recognise that where there's an existing expectation of residential development, i.e. noise sensitive development, within inside the outer control boundary, i.e. the 55 LDN line, that is often accommodated in district plans because it's a residential zone and there's people have an expectation that they can build houses in that zone. And that's of course subject to the caveat of sound insulation. You'll see in my evidence as well, I also point out that in my opinion, sound insulation is the option of last resort. It's a sticking plaster on the issue, and the best outcome would be not allowing people to build there in the first place. And hence why I say in the rural production zone, which is a zone not inherently envisaged for lots of residential development, the desirable starting point should be not allowing people to establish noise sensitive activities there in the first place. Taking that one step further, within my evidence, you'll see my discussion about noise levels outside the 55 LDN contour, in that noise effects don't suddenly stop when you reach the 55 line. Yes, it's used for a land use planning mechanism and an airport noise compliance and noise management area, but those noise effects just outside that line and to some distance beyond, it will still mean that aircraft are audible, and that can give rise to annoyance. And hence, those are moderate aircraft noise areas. And in the case of New Plymouth, where there are some quite special circumstances and land use pressures and difficulties in terms of the infrastructure and how it's going to be accommodated into the future, that putting in place appropriate protections now, although limited to notification, is in my opinion warranted. I just touched briefly on the SCL 95 boundary, and I'm sure that you might have some questions surrounding that. But before I do, I'll just mention the thrust of my evidence talks of a what-if scenario, and I acknowledge that the 2015 noise contours, as I call them, are what, in my opinion, are a more accurate representation of the current state of play at New Plymouth compared to the 1998 noise boundaries that are in the district plan. But I acknowledge that they're effectively not able to be adopted now, despite being more appropriate. The SEL 90.
Can I just intersperse here? Are those? I'm presuming that those 2015 noise boundaries don't associate with the realigned runway, or do they?
No. So there's been some talk of the 2014 master planning process, and I refer them to as the 2015 noise boundaries. They are actually the same ones. I've called them 2015 because that's when I finalized my report, but they were prepared in 2014. What they incorporate is at the time that the noise forecasting was prepared to inform that master plan, that it did include a runway extension on the existing main runway. And forgive me, I forget whether it was an east extension or a west extension or a combination of the two. And that was to allow for the Q400 aircraft that Mr. Scott was referring to, or indeed even a regional jet service of a smaller jet aircraft, a 90-seater, as opposed to the A320s, which are 170 seats, and correspondingly required a shorter runway. So it envisages a degree of growth at the airport, and it envisages larger aircraft, but it was not on the basis of a realigned runway at that stage.
Okay.
In terms of the SEL 95 contour, quite often for airports such as New Plymouth, you can have the air noise boundary, which is the red lines shown on this plan, quite close to the runways itself, but yet you could still have a small number of quite high noise energy aircraft operating from that airport. Now that might be okay during the day, but if that were to occur at night, and nighttime is defined as 10 p.m. till 7 a.m., that could give rise to sleep disturbance effects. So sometimes you need to take account of that as well. And NZS 6805 suggests that that's something that needs to be taken into consideration when setting noise boundaries. And that was the process that was went through when the original 1998 noise boundaries were established and adopted in the operative district plan. And so it's quite an important component of the protection of the airport. And it does, the rules are generally similar to what you would expect in the air noise boundary within the SEL 95 boundary. So it's quite an important boundary in that sense. What I would add to that is, by its omission, it does not mean that nighttime noise events are uncontrolled, because the LDN inherently includes those and the particular sensitivity of people at night by penalising those nighttime noise events by 10 decibels when you undertake your LDN calculations for compliance.
Just a couple of other questions. This SEL 95 boundary, it's not shown on this map here, is it?
No. So this map actually shows, and it's probably not the greatest resolution. This shows the operative district plan boundaries in dashed lines, and the green is the out of control boundary.
Yes.
The red, which is quite difficult to see, is the air noise boundary. The solid lines are all the 2015 noise contours, and there's a dark blue line close to the airport, which is at the time what was being suggested as a new SEL 95 boundary to replace the existing one.
Okay, but they're in the current operative district plan, all of those boundaries?
No, so the ones, that's the dashed green and the dashed red, which are.
Okay.
There is some, and maybe Ms. Ongley or Mr. Edwards can clarify this. I did, as far as I was aware, under the district planning maps, the SEL 95 boundary from the operative district plan was not brought through in the proposed district plan, although I have seen today an amendment document which appeared to show the SEL 95 boundary, and I'm not entirely sure of the status. It might be worthwhile Ms. Ongley or Mr. Edwards clarifying that.
Can we actually see on any evidence or any maps where that SEL 95 is? Presumably we can just look at the operative district plan, is that?
It's as Mr. Peakall was just flagging, it's there an addendum to the section 42A report noise that was, I think, tabled yesterday, has it very usefully outlined there.
Okay.
I have that on my screen, which I could show if required.
Yes, that would be helpful, thanks. If you can try that. We've got the 42A reports here too in hard copy. I have anyway.
So I'm just attempting to share that now.
Yes, so we can see that. So
this
line.
Yeah, I got it.
This was the document that Ms. Ongley was referring to, and this shows clearly the operative district plan noise boundaries. Excuse me. And the red line is the out of control boundary.
Mhm.
The orange line is the air noise boundary. And this long blue thin cylindrical line is the SEL boundary. And the dashed refers to effectively those are adopted in the proposed district plan entirely, although you'll see in the key, it doesn't explicitly refer to the SEL boundary being put in the proposed district plan either.
Okay. Thank you for that.
The impact, just while this is on the screen, the impact of that is that, as I say, the air noise boundary implicitly includes or would include any nighttime movements when compliance is being assessed. And there's no requirement to comply with the SEL 95 boundary from an individual aircraft, and there wasn't in the operative district plan either. It's purely used for land use planning within that boundary, and so it includes effectively an additional area beyond the air noise boundary where new noise sensitive activity would be, as I understand it, non-complying.
Under the operative plan.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Looks like an airport I can know a bit about on your screen there, Mr.
Yes, I'm just trying to work out how to unshare my screen.
Just while you're doing that, Ms. Ongley, it might be quite helpful if there's obviously two components to this clause 16 SEL issue. One is there would need to be another shape file added to the map with another key and a code and those sorts of things. Would there be any other changes that would come into the noise chapter in terms of referencing that boundary and having it for a control purpose for various purposes, sort of thing? And if so, it would be helpful if you could possibly just prepare what you would anticipate would be needed to bring this to fully into the current regime. I don't think Mr. Edwards suggests changes to deal with it, does he? Let me just see.
No, he doesn't, because it has arisen as a relatively last minute issue, and I apologise for that.
No.
But can we seek leave then, or as follow-up information to answer
absolutely.
that question?
Yep. And maybe if you're going to rely on clause 16, perhaps just give us a brief memorandum on the rationale and the basis for us to use clause 16 to make the changes you say would be needed to fully incorporate the SEL back into the plan.
Yes, sure.
Is that okay, Mr. Chair? I should have checked.
No, you've just read my mind, really. So I think I know Sarah has mentioned that she didn't cover that in her submission. So if you'd like us to consider that, it should come by way of a formal request by memorandum.
Yes, certainly. Yeah. Do you want to move on to Mr. Edwards now?
I'll just see if I had any other questions of Mr. Peakle, if I could.
While you're looking through, I do have a couple myself.
Okay.
Mr. Peakle, just in terms of this concept of insulation within the two boundaries as a requirement of land uses permitted in there, who pays for that? What's the normal regime around insulation and the cost of that?
Typically, and in most cases around the country, the homeowner bears the cost of that insulation, and that's partly in recognition of the airport as a regional resource and the noise levels that people would be exposed to. Where that traditionally is different is at really high noise levels. So at Auckland, Queenstown and Rotorua, amongst others, the airport is obligated to pay for insulation for existing houses inside the 65 LDN, the air noise boundary. But anybody coming in to that zone would be expected, or for an alteration or addition to an existing building, would be expected to pay for that themselves. There's those same 3 airports, there is part-funded retrofit insulation where the airport contributes to the cost of sound insulation measures, which effectively is ventilation systems so people can keep their windows and doors closed. So the airport is obligated to part fund a ventilation package, and the homeowner has to fund part of that as well. Between 55 and 60, and actually between 55 and 65 for some other airports, there's no obligation on the airport to fund that. It's purely homeowner funded when they're building a new noise sensitive activity or an alteration or addition to a existing noise sensitive activity.
Okay, and another follow-on question at your 514, you're talking about the details of that in clause G for the building code and suggesting, I'm not sure whether to us or to the council, that advice from specialist ventilation engineers as to what may be appropriate should be sought and referenced in the district plan. So is that who's that directed at? Is that directed at the council team?
Yes, it's in my experience. So when sound insulation is required because of noise reasons or noise exposure inside an airport noise boundary or even a port noise boundary or any other industrial noise control boundary, quite often, well, in all cases, you have to have your windows and doors shut in order to not have that sound intrusion in to meet the required internal noise level. By doing that, you're excluding the ability for people to have a well-ventilated room, and therefore you have to provide other means to provide comfort, cooling and ventilation. As I understand it, clause G4 of the building code is a requirement for ventilation, but it's effectively a minimum standard, and that to prevent mold buildup. So it wouldn't be suitable for people to have their windows and doors shut on a really hot day. It might give you enough to stop mold buildup, but it would not be a comfortable noise environment in which you would be living. So it's a sort of, the ventilation requirements are normally required to be a little bit higher than that in order to provide a comfortable environment in which people can live.
But Mr. Law is not necessarily agreeing with you on your positions about insulation. Is that fair?
I'm not so sure he's disagreeing. You might have to ask Mr. Lloyd that. In terms of my position is, when is the sound insulation required? And the secondary part of that is, if so, you need ventilation systems. I think Mr. Lloyd has said the same thing, but has referred to clause G4, and I'm not an expert in ventilation systems, so I don't actually know for sure whether that is suitable or not. That's something that would need to be checked out by those who are experts in ventilation.
Right, that's about as far as I can go. As I say, I'm perhaps just trying to work things through in my own mind, and this is helping just join some dots. So thank you for your evidence.
Thank you, Commissioner. It is relatively complex to me as well. So
I sat for 8 or 9 days in Christchurch with the Christchurch Airport with their replacement district plan. So it's yeah, it takes the time to work your understanding through. I appreciate that.
Yes, okay. Well, hopefully Mr. Edwards can provide crystal type clarity.
God, no pressure, Sarah. No pressure. Right, just bear with me. I will share my screen again. And hopefully you can see that.
Thank you. We can see that.
Great.
Edwards.
So look, I've just covered off very quickly in this slide the sort of key higher planning or key higher order planning documents. I guess the thing to focus on through that, and this is reflected in my evidence or evidence in chief, you know, that there's obviously as you work through or down that order, some of the key documents there are the NPS on urban development, which has a strong enabling focus. And then as we drop down, looking at the Taranaki regional policy statement in terms of infrastructure 1 and infrastructure 2 of the RPS. Infrastructure 1, policy 1 does have a focus on the enabling aspect and enabling that infrastructure, including the upgrading of that infrastructure, while infrastructure policy 2 has the more protective bent to it, and you know, and adverse effects on that infrastructure of regional significance. I think quite clearly the airport is, you know, does have that status as a regionally significant piece of infrastructure, and you know, arguably nationally, but certainly for the Taranaki region, it has that tag. Noting as well, look, the RPS is quite aged, shall we say, 2010, but I think any further iterations of it, I'd be very surprised to see any change in that status and that focus on the airport. Moving on to the sort of strategic directions, and noting they're not a higher order document per se, but they do frame the sort of strategic directions for the district. There's a few key ones in the context of what we're looking at today. And first one is UFD 21. And that is sort of recognizing the airport in terms of the contribution it makes to the economic and social well-being and prosperity of the district. And then I guess one of the key strategic directions is again that sort of housing land supply in the short, medium and long term that comes through the NPS on urban development. I think an important point here is, and I've bubbled it in that slide, is you know, we're changing the framework in the district from what is an effects-based plan. So you know, the ability to sort of apply for any activity, you know, pretty much anywhere, provided you can demonstrate those effects are acceptable and okay, and we're moving to an activities or outcomes focused plan. So you know, with that, I think it's important because you know, for me, if a site or parcel of land is zoned for, say, rural, I would expect a rural type use to establish there. So I think that's important context for the proposed plan in terms of what it has been, you know, under the operative plan, being an effects-based plan. So just trying to hone in on some of the issues at play for the noise chapter in a reverse sensitivity context. So David has talked about you know, the airport to Hono and the fact that it is upgrading. In an ideal world, I think there would be, you know, for going through a district plan review, there would be some key and rock solid plans. You know, maybe land purchase, that sort of thing, to inform a district plan review, but the timing is not there at the moment for many of the reasons that we've talked about already today. But quite clearly, you know, master planning is underway for the future. There are runway length constraints to the current airport, and as David has said, look, there's some key and fatal flaws to the runway extension options, and then the runway realignment becomes the preferred option, or should I say rather the only one that has no fatal flaw. There is, some plans for sort of commercial enterprises, both land side and within the terminal probably, but certainly on the land side, and acknowledging, there is a in the wider district plan, there is a centres sort of framework in terms of what could establish there. That's another topic, obviously. But some of the key things and some of the challenges, I guess, is the fact that in the proposed plan as is, as recommended, there is the air noise boundary and the out of control boundary are not actually accurate. So they're not the 2015 versions which we've talked about, and acknowledging that there is scope issues. And as I've said before, the timing is slightly off for a kind of perfect and long-term solution to be factored into the district plan. I've mentioned as well the sort of encroaching urban and sensitive development / land use that is sort of brought through the MPSUD and the land supply. And I think my reading of some of the earlier 42A reports and keeping tabs on some of the the commentary through that is that the district plan gives effect to the MPSUD. So, and when I say that, I mean it's looked at, it's short or identified its short, medium and long-term housing and business land. And I understand that's been done pre-plan notification and retested. I think it's after submissions, but I think it's Appendix 3 of the Strategic Directions report does sort of go into that. But I haven't gone into that detailed assessment myself, but I've assumed that it does give effect to the MPS urban development.
Can we just, go back to that slide, Mr. Edwards?
Sure.
Yes. So look, I do have a couple of questions here. I note that you were involved in the Area Q hearings, 2014-15. That was on behalf of the airport company?
It was on behalf of the council as it was then.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So we Commissioner Chair, rather. I should clarify that it was for the airport entity, but was more aligned with the council. It was like an arm of the council, so it wasn't as part of the reporting officer or the plan change initiator. It was on behalf of the airport, but as an arm of council. All right. And that arm of council made a specific submission?
It did. I wasn't involved in the original submission. I assisted through the hearings and through and with evidence, but not the original submission, as the case is here as well, but not with the original submission.
Okay. And at that time, was the alternative, or I presume the short runway issue was known, but was the alternative realignment known or talked about at all at that time?
No, it wasn't. It didn't feature in evidence, so that's something that's emerged since that time.
Right. And you say that you weren't involved in the preparation of the airport's submissions in this district plan review process. That's right?
The original submission, correct, yep.
Yes. Do you have any knowledge about the interaction between the council team and the airport during the draft district plan process and the whole consultation process? Were you involved in any of that, or have any knowledge of that?
Look, there were discussions of us assisting very early on, but that tailed off after a certain point. But look, I would have to sort of revert that back through to the council officers probably, and acknowledging most of the officers weren't involved at that time either. I do know that officers have been were in discussions with the airport and look for, and again acknowledging none of the people on this call in terms of presenting this evidence now, like David, myself, or anyone else, was involved at that time. So it does make it quite tricky. But I do understand that there were some attempts at reaching out and trying to get some clarity on things, but for whatever reason, look, it didn't land. But I guess got to be careful with that. But I mean, council will probably be best placed to confirm what interactions we had at the time.
Yes, well, it just seems incredible to me that somehow this has slipped through the hoops on both sides, with key piece of regional infrastructure in a significant planning phase. I'm not sure about the dates of, maybe Mr. Scott can help me with the alternatives MCA process, whether that's very recent. I can't actually find Mr. Scott's evidence online. That may have come in a bit later than the original set of evidence.
Yeah, it is on there as the New Plymouth Airport, as opposed to the PRIP, the operating company name, but it is uploaded on the website.
And that, I think that includes the key report as an appendix.
It does, yeah. And I can't, as I'm sharing screens, I can't revert or see other documents. But
perhaps along there, you or Mr. Scott, you could help me with the date of that.
No.
I'll just stop sharing a moment, and then I'll be able to confirm it quite quickly.
I've actually found it too.
Oh, okay.
So that's, again, the date's 18th December 2019. So that was about the time. The plan was notified, or a year following, I think.
I think it was the same year, 2019, from memory.
Anyway, look, we can't dwell on that too much. It's just we'll just do the best with what we've got in front of us, I think. Yeah, and just one last question I have for you, Mr. about that slide. The area that's possibly being looked at for the realignment extension, is that the area, what are we talking about, west and north of Area Q in green?
Yes. Yeah. This, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but yeah. So it would come down here.
Okay. Which would bring the runway, the flight path right across the Area Q area.
Yes, the noise contours, yes, certainly would overlay that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Carry on.
Right, I'll just skip to the relief sword, and we've already talked about the issues of scope with the existing noise contours from the operative plan. So acknowledging that they are, any amendment to those are I think out of scope. They're retained. A note in a submission wasn't put in on that. I mean, this speaks to my supplementary evidence really, whereas my evidence in chief did seek a land use regulatory control within the 50 and the 55 dB. I mean, going through that sort of, well, really a cost benefit analysis, the thrust of the MPS UD, but also discussions with Mr. Pekel about the ability for noise sensitive activities to meet the noise threshold. I think it's stated in standard 4, which is the 40 dB within the room. Look, it didn't really stack up for me as a planner to impose that regulatory requirement on within that banding of between the 50 and 55. So my alternative where I land is acknowledging that upgrading is in the pipeline, that the 50 dB becomes an indicative contour and a more really as an alert method. It's a non-regulatory method just to put any potential purchasers on notice, or any potential developers on notice that there is an airport, an operational airport in the vicinity. And I think that for me as a planner, look, that's a good method to do that. Look, it's not. I'm not suggesting it would align with the realigned runway. It's not perfect. I acknowledge that, but it is a method to kind of make it more visual and prominent in the district plan. And I think then the other outcome that I've sought in my evidence is the new non-compliant rule for any sort of noise sensitive activities within the 65 dB contour. So that's the what Sarah has already talked about, but there's about 3 pockets of land that does lend itself to this, and it's not, to the best of my knowledge, picked up in the officer report. But certainly from an evidential basis, Mr. Lloyd and Mr. Pekel are in agreement. Well, they actually say prohibited activity status, but I've purposely applied a non-compliant activity status, knowing that the plan more generally doesn't apply that prohibited status. I think there is one use of it in Area Q as a rollover from Plan Change 20, but so I've recommending a non-compliant activity status. And again, linking back to the fact that this plan now becomes an outcomes focused plan, that sends, or should send, a very clear signal that that's not contemplated by the plan. And as Sarah has said as well, look, there will be additional relief looked at for the subdivision and probably the rural primary production chapters. They'll be subject to subsequent hearings, but just flagging that some relief will be sought in those chapters from a reverse sensitivity point of view.
So can I just summarise my understanding? You're suggesting that what I'm calling the blue 50 dB contour that was in the operative plan that you think's been missed out but is shown on the Area Q plans should be extended and put onto the new proposed planning maps as an alert, even though it's not alert layer, even though it's not in an area that the airport's going to expand or can expand into, given the alternative, well, not the airport, but the effects, I suppose. You see that as better than nothing, I suppose, is where I'm heading.
Yes, yeah, I think the area that indicative noise contour would cover would certainly capture, a large portion of any future rear-aligned runway noise effect. It certainly doesn't cover all of it, but I think it's a plan method that can be applied, knowing that there is significant upgrading in the pipeline. So it's a good an alternative as can be obtained, I think, really.
But with remodeling of the future alignment, would that still be a 50 dBA? The areas within that, would that still stay at 50 dB in any future noise modeling?
So do you mean the actual contour itself, or the
Yes.
so the contour would obviously change. I think in reality, if a realigned runway were to come about, obviously that would be subject of a separate plan change where all this would be reconsidered and reassessed from an effects perspective. But so no, it wouldn't stay the same. It would change.
And change upwards in some of those areas?
More into sort of Area Q, you mean? Sorry.
Yeah, no, in terms of the 50 versus 55 or 65 or...
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't quite understand what the question is on that
I'm
one.
asking whether there's a 50 dBA alert boundary.
Yeah.
With the realignment, would there be a possibility that the contour line would go above 50 dBA in the area shown within that blue line? Perhaps I'm not explaining that carefully enough.
I think I'm with you, but I think if any new, well, when a plan change was proposed, I think at that point you'd have a look whether you actually need that 50 or whether you just referred then back to the 55. But the contours would absolutely change. The whole profile of those contours would change, or more so over area Q. But I think with the any future proposed realigned runway, I mean, you'd have to consider all this from a basis of some certainty, and it could be then that you can more confidently apply an A noise boundary and an outer control boundary, and that's it. But that can only be determined at a future date, I think, when a plan change is brought.
Commissioner, can I assist you there, because I think your question is also answered by the attachment to my evidence.
Yes.
Sorry, to my submissions,
Okay.
which showed that on option 5 of the MCA, the within that 50 dBA would potentially change to, say, a 55 dB.
Yes.
Yes, so that's
really what I
just
was
clarifying also for Mr. Edwards' benefit. That's what you're asking?
It is. I'm just trying to work out the utility of having that as a point of notice or an advice note of something that's in reality real and fair to be showing on a proposed plan, when perhaps it's going to be different in the future, or not even perhaps, but perhaps knowingly it may be different in the future. So it's really the fairness and utility of having that in there.
I think that
10 years, or not by, we're hearing that maybe a plan change might come along.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Edwards might be able to talk to that further, but that's why it would be called indicative. And there may be some utility in having a further explanatory note against the word indicative.
Okay. Yep. All right. I'm just, my point really is we've heard that the airport company's got an MCDA. There are fatal flaws with all of the extension on the current alignment. So on that evidence we have, as decision makers, we know that the alignment is likely to be turning around just by this evidence here, and that if the blue line does stay in the proposed plan, it would have to be explained, I think, that that's indicative or whatever. But we can see there that there are parts of that blue line with the realigned runway that fall within both the 65 and the 55 contours. So how real an indication is this for future planning, and therefore what is the fairness and utility of leaving this in the proposed plan, is my question.
Can I jump in there and sort of, I've been listening to this, and it's a combination really of stuff Sarah might wish to say and Mr. Edwards as well. And I guess I just want to start with my first question is, in the proposed plan, is the 50 dB contour shown in relation to structure plan area Q? That's the DEV1. Is it a control that applies? And what does it do in the context of DEV1?
So that was part of plan change 20. In DEV1 we have there is a land use aspect for new builds, additions and alterations, and I think that, well, I'm pretty sure, I know it links back to standard 4 in the noise chapter, which requires that the meeting of the 40 dB internal noise threshold. There are also some provisions around the subdivision of that land within area Q, and there are some more type of sort of covenant clauses around that subdivision rule.
And that's including, isn't it, Mr. Edwards, a no complaints covenant?
It is at the for Area Q, yes.
So on that basis, and the airport company is going to continue to support those controls in the context of the Area Q maps?
Yes, in the original submission it does, and it I believe it goes a little bit further, but that will be the subject of a future hearing.
So reflecting on paragraph 5 of your supplementary evidence, Mr. Edwards, where you've now come to the view that you don't think you're going to need anything in particular within the 50 dB contour to achieve the internal noise level, and yet you're still maintaining that as an outcome within Area Q. What's the distinction here? I'm not seeing it.
I think the distinction is the difference in the land use zoning. So when I look at Area Q, that is sort of high density, residential noise sensitive activities. So for me, it is a higher risk than would apply to a rural zoning. And again, linking back to what this plan is about, it's an outcomes focused plan.
But it only takes one noise sensitive activity to create a reverse sensitivity issue. I agree that the density of land use is one distinction, but ultimately it's still a sensitive noise use, isn't it? Still a sensitive activity.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, it is still an activity, a noise sensitive activity. Yeah, but I think from a risk perspective, I think there's far greater risk with urban zone land as opposed to rural zone land.
Okay, FM versus rural. Okay.
Is it appropriate for me to just comment there, or do you want to finish?
Well, I was going to move on to a slightly different issue next. But so I'm
just while you're on that train of thought, Mr. Littlejohn, Mr. Edwards and I have discussed this, and I'm not sure if there's a difference between expectations that people may have in terms of their existing zonings and creating new titles. That's what I understood, but Mr. Edwards may wish to comment. But this is particularly when you're creating a new subdivision.
Okay, well, subdivision rules are one thing. I guess what Mr. Edwards is telling us is Mr. Peakel's view is that you're going to be able to achieve a 40 dB LDN within the 50 dB contour without having to undertake any noise attenuation. So I'm just wondering, the airport company might want to reflect on the merits of its, just on the way it's going to present its case in the context of the urban provisions, because at the moment the only distinguishing feature that I've sort of been given is that there's going to be more houses in the yellow zone than there are in the green zone, and therefore that's the justification for a rule in the yellow but not in the green. And maybe I'm just fixing too much on the fact that that's the same land use that you're concerned about, just of a greater density.
Yeah, well, we will reflect on that, yes.
Yeah. I guess the next thing I wanted to just explore with you is this notion of indicative lines on maps. And I mean, I'll put my hand up straight away and say I've never been a fan of advice notes or indicative notations on plans, particularly when they are sought by entities that have other powers available to them to acquire land for their purposes. And I think the biggest example I have is roading authorities when they say, please put an indicative road through everyone's houses, even though I don't need it yet, in advance of me actually seeking a designation for it. So I guess the question I first ask is the airport company of a quality that would be able to be a requiring authority for the purposes of acquiring land that it needed to realign the runway?
I believe it is and would be, yeah. It's a requiring authority, yeah.
Okay, so to that extent, it would have powers under the Public Works Act as well to acquire land, but also to issue a notice of requirement to the council for the land it would need for that runway. And so bearing that in mind, doesn't the inclusion in the district plan of an other method, this line which doesn't actually alter what people do except expectations of future use, doesn't this sort of creep into the realm of a bit of a planning blight and on other people's land?
I think, I mean, if a designation did come about, I mean, that would, the confines that designation would be on the land as opposed to in the air, and obviously the noise contours extend beyond any designated site. So it would be again more of an awareness method of putting that in a plan. So I think that the designation and the noise contours are slightly two different things, while they're obviously connected. The designation, I don't think, or any future designation wouldn't, or notice of requirement wouldn't address those noise issues that extend beyond the site.
No, that's a good point. That's a fair point.
Yeah, have you actually looked at that in detail, Mr. Edwards? Have you thought through whether requiring authority powers could extend to areas of land that are controlled for other purposes?
Look, I haven't, Mr. Chair, no, not for the purposes of this evidence, no.
I think the chair's right there. I have Watercare, for example, have a designated odour buffer around the Mangere treatment plant, which effectively imposes obligations on land that it doesn't own to manage its odour effects. So I think you might want to think about that a little bit further. I mean, to some extent, that's not really the point. The point is that if I'm the owner of that parcel of land, and I'm assuming that it's one of the parties who have opposed this request, Hardwick Smith Partners or Neil and Loma Hibel, I suspect they say at the moment they've got this nice green piece of rural production land that's unencumbered or only partially encumbered by any sort of needs that my neighbour, being the airport, has. And now you want to extend that over my land, not impose any obligations on me, but effectively send a signal to the world that my land is potentially earmarked for something, who knows what, and consequently it's gone down in value, which is the sort of the seminal planning blight argument. And I guess that's the concern that's sort of troubling me at the moment, is putting in place a line in a plan that doesn't actually make a difference in terms of what people do, but has an implication for the value and the aspirations of the landowner that's affected by it.
Can I just make a comment there, Mr. Littlejohn?
Absolutely.
No, I understand completely where you're coming from, but so that in terms of the non-regulatory nature of the line, I suppose you will only understand the implications of the line at future hearings, because the airport is going to talk more about this 50 dB line at future hearings. So, I mean, obviously you're going to deliberate on the whole plan as one. So yeah, but in the
just on that though, what is it that are you going to hang? Is the airport company going to hang some regulatory tools that relate to the use of land onto this 50 dB line? Are they?
Yes, in two respects, and Mr. Edwards may want to correct me if I'm wrong here, but firstly, in relation to rolling over the Area Q provisions that already apply.
Yep.
And secondly, in relation to its submission point about a non-complying activity for subdivision.
In the rural production zone.
Yes. and that's a separate submission point in the airport's original submission. So in a way, our discussion here might be a little bit
premature.
preemptive. But anyway, just also on this planning blight issue, there have been a couple of submissions against having an indicative line on the planning maps. At the end of the day, you might say, well, it's a blight. But then I suppose on the other side of that, there's the consideration of the merits of including it, given all the dynamic matters going on around the airport and the absolute need for a future realignment at some point. We don't know when, but at some point. So it's the merits on the other side as well, of course.
Yep. Yep. And don't get me wrong, I sort of don't have a fixed view on it, because the regional policy statement is quite clear that we need to include provisions in the district plan, and they can be non-regulatory, I assume, that give respect for regional national infrastructure. So, I don't think, I think you've got some good support there from that proposition. And we haven't had any evidence from those submitters, although that doesn't undermine the value of their submission. Just wanted to come back and look at the submission. The airport's final submission point and the table attached to its submission was just subdivision chapter and rural production zone provisions. It says, in order to enable the airport to upgrade and protect it from potential reverse sensitivity effects, there is a need to protect it from potential subdivision and residential type land uses on land, primary production land between Area Q and the airport, and then it seeks inclusion of a non-complying activity status for any subdivision and residential type land use activity on rural production land between Area Q and the airport. So it doesn't actually reference the 50 LDN contour, it's just this vague reference to all rural production land between Area Q and the airport is where you're going to. So I suppose, is it going to be the airport company's case that it will seek that non-complying activity subdivision rule for the rural production land within the 50 LDN contour that it's identified as a refined form of relief from its submission?
I'll have to pass you over to Mr. Edwards for that one, but yes, that is the submission point I was referring to.
Right.
Or you may wish to wait for that.
Oh, look, invariably we'll have to wait, because the way we've adopted the approach to these hearings is that, particularly for significant pieces of infrastructure like the airport, we are going to have to deal with bits of it across different chapters and then bring it all together at the end. So no, I take your point, and I don't want to get ahead of the airport company about this, but because they're important issues for it.
Yes.
Okay.
So I mean, it is clear though that it is currently used for Area Q. So I mean that's obviously an issue that for the 50 dB line. I mean that's clear.
Yep. Mr. Edwards, could you clarify for me then, in context of the existing contours, the existing OCB, and it may be either Mr. Edwards or Mr. Peakall, where the existing OCB extends onto land not owned by the airport, what land use controls will apply there presently under the operative plan? Do you know off the top of your head?
I don't off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
All right, okay.
Commissioner, yeah.
All right, well, that's something I'll make a note of, and I'm sure I can trawl my way through the operative plan just to get an answer to that. Or perhaps if anyone else online does know the answer, they can just stick their hand up and tell me now.
I think, Mr. Littlejohn, the answer there is that you can build noise-sensitive activity subject to sound insulation, if you're referring to the line between the outer control boundary and the air noise boundary and the operative district plan boundaries.
Okay. Can build but need to insulate. So similar sort of regime.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Thanks for that, Mr. Pickle.
Hamish wasn't here, councillor, so I can
thanks.
confirm.
Hey, Hamish. Yep. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
Can confirm that's correct.
Okay. Okay. So on the revised relief whereby the 50 LDN simply becomes an indicative boundary and no land use control follows it, the situation in terms of the area of land that has to insulate if it undertakes noise sensitive activities effectively doesn't change as between the operative plan and the proposed plan.
Yeah, that's correct. It would still
Okay.
require that mitigation. Yeah.
But it's only in that limited area that is represented by the current 55, the OCB line. Okay.
Yep.
All right. One other matter I just wanted to talk to you about, Mr. Edwards, and it's possibly something Ms. Ongley can assist us with as well. You helpfully referred us to the NPS on urban development and some of the objectives and policies that we might like to take into account. And I'm just wondering if you are familiar with a decision of the Environment Court that was released about a month ago on a preliminary question of law about the role of the NPSUD. And I'm wondering whether, Ms. Ongley, have you heard of the Eden Epsom Residential Protection Society v Auckland Council preliminary decision by Judge Newhook?
No, I can't assist you with that, Mr. Littlejohn. I thought you may be talking about the Tauranga case, which talks about how you interpret different NPSs and whether one NPS overrides another. But no, so that is the Eden,
Eden Epsom Residential Protection Society. It may not be on point because it concerned a private plan change. But it's a relatively short decision, and it talks about the role of planning authorities and what they should and shouldn't do in the context of planning decisions, i.e. what's live and has to be given effect to, and what's not live and doesn't have to be given effect to. I suspect it's not something we have to worry about, but I'd be interested if because you have raised the relevance of the NPSUD in the context of infrastructure planning, which I think is relevant. So,
thank you.
I don't think I had any other questions of Mr. Edwards. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. I must say that I'm still not entirely clear on what's being proposed, and I think part of that perhaps is because I haven't had time to properly read the supplementary evidence of Mr. Edwards, and I'm thinking aloud here. Given the circumstances we have and this new information, a new position, might this be a case where a further discussion and a witness conferencing could be helpful on a planning level between the council and the airport? Just a thought, because I know from the Christchurch situation, there's a very specialist and tricky area that does take a bit of time, but that's just a thought. I'll perhaps get your reaction to that, Ms. Ongley, first.
I think that's an excellent idea, Commissioner, and I think the airport would be most willing to do that.
Yes, and Mr. Wensley and I know you're going to come, Wesley, sorry, you're going to come back to us with some thoughts. Maybe we'll take a break now because I think we've gone about as far as we can in the situation with the evidence that's in front of us. Perhaps we will take a break. We've been going for 2.25 hours now, and it's pretty intense. I also see that Ms. Beverstock is online as well. So could we come back at 3:30 p.m. I'll hear from Mr. Wesney and the council about his thoughts on the concept of perhaps taking a bit of a breather and having a witness conference, which might be of assistance to us. And then we'll hear from Ms. Beverstock about the defence matters. Any questions on that? Okay, we'll see you back at 3:30. Thanks. Right, I think we're back online. So welcome back, everyone. I think where we left things where we were going to have hear from the council about the proposition of a specialist or a specific witness conference, just to work through the issues and where everything's at and perhaps some possible ways forward. So someone from the council there to talk to us.
Yep. Afternoon, Commissioner. Hamish Wesney here.
Hello, Hamish.
So just a couple additional things I thought I'd just start with that arose during the airport's evidence. The first one was just probably a background, some context for the benefit of the hearing panel in terms of what was included in the proposed plan. So similar to the representatives from the airport, I wasn't directly involved in any of the earlier discussions between the council and the airport on the provisions in the proposed plan, but I understand there was significant discussions between the council team and the airport team and considering the provisions for the proposed plan, particularly in relation to noise.
Yes.
And what, as Mr. Scott and also the experts for the airport highlighted, that they have been going through a master planning process to consider alternatives, runway alignment and so on. Because that process hadn't been concluded sufficiently, in the Section 32 evaluation sense, it was concluded that the risk of acting to include the revised contours was too great in terms of the uncertainty about where the runway alignment may ultimately end up and the extent of the contours and the imposition on landowners. It was concluded that it was preferable not to act in this instance based on those uncertain factors and roll over the existing plan provisions, both the contours and the rules, into the proposed plan until such a time that the airport's planning had advanced, that there was certainty around the runway alignment, engagement had occurred with property owners and other iwi and other parties with an interest in that area. So I thought that would just be helpful context for you to understand what had happened.
And is your understanding, Mr. Wesney, that was agreed as between the council and the airport company?
I wouldn't say agreed was my understanding. I think there were still a number of moving parts, and I think that the change in personnel, as referred to earlier by the airport representatives, was part of that.
All right, thank you for that background. That's helpful.
And secondly, in terms of just the procedural question you asked earlier, in terms of the supplementary planning evidence received today, because it is, as I think you referred to it as pulling back, or someone referred to it as the pulling back of what was originally sought in the evidence, probably more relaxed from a procedural perspective. The primary other party that has an interest in this hearing is Ngāti Rahiri Hapu, who we're hearing from tomorrow. So I'll leave it to them to comment on whether they have any particular, whether this change in what the airport's seeking is of